initiative.
It's
A gamer is
time.
never late. He arrives exactly 10 minutes after everyone else. Anyway, you can go ahead and start it, Jay.
No, I did. That's the quote that we're starting with tonight.
Oh, excellent.
Yes, I think I got it. I don't know. We'll see.
Welcome back to Big Session 30 of Khuros.
Oh my God, the big 3-0.
Last time we did some planning in the SRA after what we had seen in the Empire capital. We did some strategy planning. We sent 2 princes and their forces to the borderlands. During said meeting, a Brar appeared, declaring that anyone who hasn't chosen a side in the war needs to do so. Cyril and Jake, Jarsali's sons, were sent to the Empire to pose as humans and act as kind of eyes and ears there. You guys followed through with your plan to raid the Order of Azure, massacring initiates. The remaining ones were brought back as somewhat guests. You're not really sure where their loyalties lie. It's still a little tense between you guys and them. You stole a bunch of magic items, and as you were leaving, it's not supposed to say simulacrum. You guys destroyed a phylactery, which was being created there in a soul well. A phylactery is used to create a lich. But you guys shut that shit down.
Somebody's going to be mad.
Corn sent him some messages. You guys learned, or he talked to Eleanor the Giant a little bit about her and her goals. And you learned that Sage Armsbruster was taken by Isaac Crane. Boots, of course, cried on Crane, and you guys found him relaxing on an unknown beach. One more thing I was going to say.
I think it's about time we had a vacation. Maybe we hit the beach first.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Through the war.
One thing I completely forgot last session. Jarsali, after you guys had returned from the Order of Azure, you feel a great weight that kind of appears on your body. You just feel this general heaviness as the kill switch for your Truth Seeker abilities was destroyed in the Order of Azure explosion.
Does that mean she doesn't have a Truth Seeker anymore?
She does not appear to be able to access those boons. As
Yes.
part of the process for having that was you guys insisted on there being a kill switch in the order to negate the abilities.
So, actually, oh, no, you go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, it's funny, Nicole and I were actually talking about that off to the side, trying to look for that.
I had actually thought about that this week, but I completely forgot to bring it up. But I do have a mechanics question. If you've got a kill switch, and then the kill switch gets destroyed, does it get activated?
It would have been created in such a way that if it was destroyed, it would have. They're smart people.
All right.
They would have thought of the contingencies, because they would have been like, well, what if Jarsali just destroys this, and then she gets them forever? So they would have thought of that, of course.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Brian.
We got our use out of it.
I was about to say, you got your mileage.
And Helgrim didn't, most importantly, so win-win.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian and I had talked about it, and I don't know if you remember this, Thomas, but like Boots had actually been like studying it when it was happening, the specific kill switch process, because she was really upset that it was happening. And I'd meant to before all of this, but obviously we're not, going back in time about it. But I'd meant to talk to Nadali about it, to be like, here's all of it, and it's probably just got like flowers in the corner of drawings, but it's also just like, here's all of my information about this. How do we turn it off?
I like to imagine Booth doesn't understand the arcane stuff. It's just a drawing, and it says like glowy part here, it's like an arrow. Magic part here, glowy arrow.
Well, if
Big figure Jarsali circled.
it might be theoretically possible to have a new device made to enable them again.
Well, Boots wasn't studying the full process. She was studying specifically the kill switch because she just really didn't like the fact that there was a kill switch in Jarsali. So she'd wanted Nadali to see if she could figure out a way to turn off the kill switch portion.
Well, without going too much into the actual process, because that hasn't come out really in-game, Jarsali, you still have the quote-unquote hardware from the process. You just don't have the actual activation.
The software.
Yep.
So it's been
You
turned
need to
off.
update your
basically.
drivers.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wonder
You
if
have Windows,
that's-
but it's not activated yet.
I wonder if that's something that Jarsali and I, and maybe with with
Denali
the
figure out.
Dolly's help, could try to figure out how to reactivate it.
And Boots.
Sure.
Wow.
And not Kryn.
And not Kryn. Kryn's like,
And
I don't know.
Rogar. Of
Rogar
course.
puts on his glasses.
Yep.
I'm just saying, Boots was the only one that was there that was actually taking notes and not getting experimented on in the process.
Yeah. In a world where we would retcon as much as humanly possible, one could make the argument that we might have made a play for the kill switch while we were in there if we were thinking about it at the time.
I mean,
But-
I actually had it in mind, and I never felt like the opportunity presented itself, so she never tried for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
there was
would be
never
a
a time
question
in-
of where in the compound that it was and how risky and all that. But
Probably
Do you
would've been
guys want to?
more
Do you guys want to know where it was? Since now that
Prob-
it's completely gone.
I can guess that it was in
in her office. but I'll
Azure
double check.
Lady's office.
aha!
Just around the corner.
Oh yeah, if we had known that, then yeah, we definitely would have gone there. But
But also,
That's-
like, we said it
That's
was
why
like,
I
when you-
wanted. That's why I wanted to go there because
We
it was
should've.
her office.
yeah. Oh, well.
yeah. Oh, that's fine. Things that we could have done but didn't.
In life, you make
We'll
your choices,
forever regret.
and in D&D.
Now we just get regrets. So,
Mhm.
what's next for the party?
Island
I
vacation.
prepped everything.
Everything's
Everything.
prepped.
Island vacation is my vote to go first.
I
Straight
think we're
to the
gonna go
Empire.
get the Ulfrin Hulk.
Definitely time to go to the Valley of the Small Folk.
Sure. Maybe
Everybody wants to go different places. Oh God.
Well, okay, we're gonna split the party 6 ways.
I want to
Wait,
get
there's
on
just
a.
5 of you.
us. I know.
I want to get on a boat and just sail west. See what I find.
Nice. What's west of Westeros? I don't know. That's where all the maps stop.
I'm gonna go on a journey of self-discovery.
Jarcella becomes a pacifist. She converts to like a peaceful religion. Just refuses violence for the rest of her life.
What a 180. Not
How
a
can we
good
fuck with
word.
the DM? Everybody just 180s their characters just overnight.
I mean, come on, she's not overly violent. It's just a tool she doesn't mind wielding. That's all.
Corn's terrified of this war. He decides to go back to the guild and go back to writing papers.
Yeah. Let's go to the Alliance, though. I think we've made them wait long enough. Once we get set up there, we can make a detour to try to find
Crane Island?
Sage tomorrow. Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
Have-
That's fine.
I was about to ask. Have like. I don't think we've long rested yet. I think we just got back from the order.
Yeah, we're trying to get.
Yeah.
We're trying to get to the
And-
Alliance as quickly as possible.
I don't want to go pop in on Crane without us being a bit more prepared than we are right now. Like,
All right.
because
So you wanna go
we burned a lot of spells and stuff like that. and-
Straight to the Alliance, and then after the long rest, maybe.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because I can't imagine that Crane.
And we have to take a long rest anyways, because Boots is the only one that can take us there, and she doesn't have her spell prepared.
Yep.
Oh, sure, yeah. And also Crane, I wouldn't expect to not have some
Contingencies.
contingencies of some kind.
But you know what he's never planning for?
Boots
Palm
to pop
tree
out of a tree.
Skunk smells.
That's
Just all the skunk smells. I feel like he needs to know it's her by now. That's not a coincidence. So, Alliance now, Crane maybe in the morning if we're not pulled in a different direction.
Yeah, something like that. I think that sounds about
Would
right.
you guys give I'm assuming you give the Alliance like a few hours heads up, like, hey,
Well,
we're coming.
I would send them a message letting them know that we are prepared to come.
that our arrival is imminent?
And yeah, we're ready to write the teleportation circle whenever. So
They would say that many of the nobles have left already. I'm thinking it's some kind of trap where you guys are trying to keep them busy while the Alliance.
after a day and a half.
It's been 2 days.
No, we established this. It was only like a day and a half.
If you, I guess if you're, I forgot you guys weren't long resting.
No.
I Yeah, I think they'd actually probably still all be there then. But they're very suspicious of like, can you guys take all your world leaders and leave them in this location?
No,
Okay, wait, just stay there
yeah.
another day.
Yeah,
But
no, we
they'd
understand.
stay if it was a day and a half. I think they'd hang out. So they would let you know that you can teleport whenever you guys are ready. You just let them know right before you pop over.
I will send them another message. Yikes. That we're coming right now, and I will. It'll take me 60 seconds to draw up a teleportation circle. We're coming.
Should we let them know that there would be a contingent of soldiers coming with us? I think we should let them know
A
that.
contingent of soldiers? Who are we bringing?
25% of the Elven Nation standing army was going to go reinforce the alliance.
I thought they
No,
were
they're going to the
reinforcing the
Borderlands.
Borderlands.
Oh, the Borderlands. Oh, my mistake. Okay, I stand correct.
But they would be on their way to probably go through the alliance, but they probably haven't gotten there yet.
You guys should probably talk about that with them before you just show up with a standing army.
Yeah, well, I mean, those soldiers can't go the old-fashioned way. It's just too long of a journey. So we're going to need to teleport them somewhere
Yeah.
in the vicinity. So maybe we leave them here for now, and then we bring them after we figured out the best way to do that.
Well, the elves can teleport them themselves. Like they have the means.
I think it's probably the best way to do it is teleport them into the alliance where they would march to the Borderlands.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys step through the portal. 1 second here. I'm gonna put on my alliance music. 1 second.
Mm-hmm. I'm just envisioning Lord of the Rings. I don't know why. Dun, 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 dun.
So that was my last 3rd level spell, and my I only have 1 4th level spell left now. we're digging into the upper spells for sending.
It's gonna be a shame when you guys get ambushed as soon as you step out of the portal and don't have any spells.
Alright.
I was thinking that exact same thought.
I still have some.
You
Crit-
guys,
Kryn has all of his spells. He has load, aim, and fire all prepared.
Yeah. Yeah.
you guys,
I only have 8th level spell. Sorry, Thomas.
you're fine. You guys step through, and the beautiful greens and high towers and beautiful architecture of SRA disappears, and you're immediately hit with the wafting smell of the port, teleporting to the city of Strayton within the Alliance. The teleportation circle is at the bottom of a lighthouse. It appears to be empty, but you could hear the rustling of many people outside, probably waiting for you. You hear pigeons squawk, you can hear boats ringing, honking their horns as they come into the harbor. And it just seems like a very beautiful kind of port town outside. You can't see too much through the windows, but it looks quite big. Not as big as the capital, but still very big. And all the buildings are distinctly different colors. Like 1/4 of the city has like yellow roofs, and then there's blue roofs and red roofs. So whenever you guys are ready, you can exit this small kind of cozy living room that you're in with a teleportation circle in the center and out into whoever's waiting for you.
Sure.
Worth
We've got
noting,
the king with us, I believe,
The Emperor, yeah.
and Nadali.
Nadali probably wouldn't have come. I don't think she would want to go.
She wouldn't? I would have encouraged her to come with us.
Make a persuasion check. I don't think she sees too much use in her going, really.
Well, other than just... So what I'd be telling her is that I don't believe it's a good idea for us to have anyone isolated alone. Like that there's strength in numbers, and we'd hate for her to be caught by herself.
All right, yeah, she'd come with you with a 21. But she just would have wanted to hang out with the Elven King and stay ready if any developments.
I would assure her that we'll have an easy way to have access back to SRA shortly.
All right. Well, stepping out of the lighthouse then? Yeah? Anybody want to do anything before you guys exit?
I would just say worth noting that Jarsala would attire herself in something appropriate of a prince of an elven nation. So
Yeah, of course.
looking the part.
I would assume you would just be wearing your Conorante.
Yep, the more decorative one, not necessarily the functional look, not the functional look, the ceremonial look.
Boots put on her fancy dress, but just like over her normal armor.
she just she just puts it on over whatever else she's wearing.
She doesn't
Kryn-
know what they're going into. You got to be prepared for everything.
Kryn looks like he always does.
The Emperor looks a little bit nervous, but you guys step out of the lighthouse and you see you guys are standing on a small island between the city and the outside. Whoops. Immediately outside, you see about 24 Alliance soldiers. They're not really dressed as uniform as the Empire soldiers are. They're all kind of wearing different clothes and armor that are probably just their own, and then they have like sigils that represent them as part of the Alliance. They're not actually like issued uniform gear. They just kind of have whatever they have. Figures that you recognize standing out. You see Pierce Salvador, the very, very young knight, stands there with kind of a cautious grin on his face. Mara, Champion of the West, stands there, her face looking serious. You see with them a young, darker-skinned elf that you don't recognize, who steps forward and just kind of gives a bow and says, "My greetings to you all. I am Esco Fandris. Straighten is my charge here in the Alliance, and I will be your guide, your ward, and your escort through our city."
Very gracious of you, thank you. Kryn says after no one says anything for a few seconds.
I was kind of waiting for the Emperor to say something.
Right. I would figure.
He just looks kind of nervous, and he's like, "Oh, yes, thank you." He's just kind of taking all this in for a second. He kind of forgot to say anything.
Yeah.
He's a little overwhelmed.
I
He's
would.
in the home of he's in like the home of that he was radicalized to hate his whole life. It's a very strange experience for him.
I would thank them for the warm welcome. Introduce myself with full title. I would introduce the General of the Empire, Rogar. And
I think they said they don't want to call him that. They came up with something else. They
Oh,
wanted to
okay,
call
well,
him the Protector of the
No.
Oh,
the
Protector.
Actually, specifically the Peacekeeper.
sure. Whatever
They said it-
title we decided on him, I'll throw that out there.
Decided General sounds bad.
The Lord of Coin, the Archmage, and then the Emperor last, as appropriate.
Boots, make a perception check.
Oh, and Boots.
Boots is like off, not paying attention. She's like slowly like inching her way towards the water.
That hurt just a little bit that I was in second-hand reference. But okay.
It's because you were off looking at the flowers, and I know you were out of my eyesight.
And Boots?
And that one. That one over there. I think that one's with us.
Boots.
At least you got mentioned. I didn't even get mentioned.
Boots,
Sorry, who are you? Do you go here?
I'll approach Pierce.
well, hang
Sorry,
on.
what were you saying, Thomas?
Hang on.
All right.
Boots, you kind of walk towards the coastline. You kind of put your feet in the warm sand. It feels very soft and kind of grainy. And you see emerging out of the water immediately with a massive splash, this gigantic crab about 6 feet long. And it moves out just kind of like clicking its pincers. And you see all the Alliance soldiers kind of like groan like, oh God, like this is something they've seen before and are annoyed by. But none of them seem alarmed. And you see a leather chair that is currently tied onto the back of the crab. This small lizardy-like creature that is riding on its back removes this mask that has all these strange tubes and gems, some kind of water-breathing mask. And he says, "Aha! I have arrived!" And Iskana, the Dark-Skinned Elf, says, "Everyone, this is Kemp, Dragon Oracle of the Strait of Dragons. He has come to discuss a possible unification of the Strait of Dragons joining the Alliance." And he says, "Yes, when I saw the future and there was a great war coming, I knew that I must meet the heroes in the middle of it."
Can I ride your crab?
Absolutely, hop on.
Please hop on.
I thought it was going to be an absolutely not. So Kemp is a kobold then.
Excellent.
So Kemp is
I
not
love his glasses. Oh,
the Strait of
my
Dragons.
God.
The Strait of Dragons are not part of the Alliance, but it sounds like they are discussing joining because of the recent events. and Kemp is an oracle, and he saw you guys and wanted to come hang out.
I love him.
What's your crab's name?
You can't really pronounce it with your tongue, but basically it sounds like...
I think that's close.
Anyways, what are we waiting for? Let's go. And Eska's like, oh, we've just met Kemp, please. He's very excited to be meeting you all. Something about oracles, they all seem very eccentric. Something about seeing the future makes it hard for them to be calm in the present. Anyways, Emperor, the rest of you, we will have a meeting tonight. Until then, you are welcome to stay at the Citadel of Straighton. Have you any needs before we escort you there? We request that while you are free to wander the city as you see fit, that you allow yourself to be escorted by our forces or myself personally. And if there's anything you would like to explore or do before we take you to the Citadel, to prepare for the meeting, please let me know.
Well, I don't know about my companions, but I could use a warm, tasty meal. Where would you recommend?
Well, we can have food sent to the Citadel. Otherwise, you are welcome to perhaps check the soft market. And she'd point that out to you. It has some of the finest seafood you'll find anywhere on this side of the world.
Sounds wonderful.
Boots is trying to cover the crab's ears.
Do crabs have ears?
Let it
Ear
happen.
holes?
If
Does
it's
Boots
also
care?
a giant crab, there's no way, but...
What?
She's got one arm on one ear, and then she's trying to stretch her foot around the head of the other ear.
I'm getting maybe like a third of the way there.
Mara would step forward and say, "It is a pleasure to meet you all, heroes. I've heard much about you. It is a pleasure to meet you all finally in person." Pierce has spoke highly.
Didn't we meet her in the caves or something before he blew up
Ix-
me?
You met her on your secret. You met her on your secret mission that you guys told her never to talk about.
Ixnay
right.
on the eating May.
Gotcha.
Pierce is someone we're allowed to know, though, so I will give him a hearty handshake. And
Which one is he again?
Pierce. So you guys met Pierce at level 3. You went on one adventure with him to fight.
You never met him.
Okay, so
Jarsali never
Jarsali
met him.
Jarsali never met
Carganto
him,
met him.
but Carganto met him, yeah.
His father was a great hero, and because of his father's exploits, he was named a knight at a very young age.
Does he look like he's grown much?
Oh, I remember him now.
Not
yeah.
really. He's actually kind of looks scrawnier almost.
Oh.
Like maybe you just haven't seen him in a while. Maybe you're not sure, but he's just a little scrawny kid with a big ass greatsword.
There you go.
And you're just like, it's good to see you all again. Hopefully we aren't all trying to kill each other at the end of this meeting.
We can only hope.
Then he kind of leans in and whispers, "Things are pretty tense around here. You guys are going to have a lot to answer for. I suspect this meeting will turn hostile quickly."
That's understandable. We'll do our best to explain.
We didn't do anything wrong.
And in fact, I know that we would prefer to stand on ceremony. However, we do have dire news to at least give to a member of your whoever the leader of your military forces are.
Oh,
Would that
dire
perhaps-
news. I'm sure that'll lighten the tension.
Is that perhaps you, Mara?
Mara says, "I have some influence in the spheres of the Alliance military, although most of our military is run by council to avoid one person having too much power. We don't have archmages or lords of coin."
That is
Nudging
an
the
excellent
Emperor.
idea. Nudge, 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 nudge. We're elbowing him on each side.
The Emperor's just getting battered between us.
I'm gonna suggest for Jarsali to possibly encode thoughts to show Mara what we need to communicate to them.
Do we want to do that now, or should we wait for the big meeting?
I think we should wait. Show it to everybody at once.
All I would say is that we likely would prefer that everyone be on guard, perhaps.
Oh, they seem plenty on guard.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just picturing a world where 2 or 3 hours from now, the city is beset by, this retaliation, and here we are just sitting in a hot tub. I could have maybe warned them, but no, we were waiting until the dinner,
Mm,
Oh, that's an
Well-
interesting thought. Well, maybe we can, without going into specifics, we can. Um, maybe off to the side, I would, if I get a moment, tell Mara is her name, the champion, Mara.
mm-hmm.
I would tell Mara. I would be aware that the Order of Azure has been destroyed, and General Helgrim thinks the Alliance is responsible for its destruction.
She would nod and say, Order of Azure destroyed. Is that you who accomplished such a feat?
Oh, well, not be by myself, but I think we can go over all the details later. I more wanted to let you know so you weren't caught unawares if they decide they want to attempt some kind of retaliatory strike.
You hear a bunch of murmurings in the crowd, like, Order of Azure destroyed, really? And then,
No, he's telling her this off the
Yeah, I
side.
wanted it to be
okay,
on the
okay,
QT,
okay.
like, yeah, not on the, definitely off to the side, just kind of like, FYI, this happened.
Yeah.
she just kind of spits on the ground and says, good riddance.
I couldn't agree more.
And Eska, the elf, who's kind of, there's no leader of the Alliance, but she is in charge of this area. And so whenever you guys are ready, she would escort you guys to the market so you could all sample some seafood goods. It sounds like you guys wanted to do.
Yeah.
Kemp would come along, of course, riding on his crab, just march to the city. Some things you guys notice about the city that's very different immediately from the Empire. Race is big, number one. Whereas the Empire is 85% human, here is a pretty even mix of dwarves, halflings, elves, high elves, wood elves, half elves. You see the occasional orc, the occasional goblin. You see a tabaxi. At one point, you even see a warforged who's currently acting as a bodyguard, who is probably the first one most of you have seen, although you've heard of them. They don't really exist in this part of the world.
We have a painting of them.
So we're all rubbernecking at the Warforged.
The Emperor especially, Emperor especially is just rubbernecking at everything. Most of his interactions throughout his life has been with humans, except for in very diplomatic settings. So this is just very strange for him. And as you guys approach the market, Eska says, "This is a most prominent seafood stand. I would recommend ordering something from here." And Kemp goes, "It's very good." And there's all manner of.
Do they have sashimi?
They have all manners of different fish dishes. You can get them cooked, raw. They have strange, sea-like leviathans hung up and drying. You see the proprietor walks over, this grisly, kind of almost balding rat Skaven, with a small chef's apron on and a small hat. And he has these kind of paring knives. He's gutting a fish, and you walk up and he just goes, "You want fish?"
Yeah.
Order!
Give me
Chef
just
special.
a sec.
What do you recommend? What is your finest dish, tastiest dish?
He just pulls out a raw fish out of a bucket and just hands it to you.
I do not believe that this is your tastiest dish.
Okay. I
don't know what's tastiest. I'm allergic to fish.
You are in the wrong profession, friend.
Is that why he looks sickly and balding?
I'm gonna ask the Oracle to predict what I would like the most.
Oh. Smart.
That's offensive. That's not how being an oracle works at all.
Okay.
I can't just tell the future whenever I want. The dragon's knowledge seeps through my brain all the time. Just whenever I can't stop it. It's really invasive.
Is there a giant pot anywhere around that seems like it might be able to fit, say, a 6-foot crab?
Probably not that one that large.
Are there other crabs?
Oh yeah, there'd be crabs just hung up, and there's some live crabs in a tank that you could order, or something with a lobster tank as well.
I would
Boots
order
is
a
telling
sample.
this crab. No, I was just gonna say Boots is telling this crab that they're very different crabs. It's not the same thing. It's fine.
You see, there's like this one liquor bottle that's kind of hung up, that's labeled with a 55 gold piece price tag. It's called the Manaheim Fish Blast, and it's basically this bottle of liquor, but you can see there's like this fatty fish oil that's all floated to the top.
Oh, that sounds disgusting.
That does sound disgusting. Boots buys it for Kryn.
Or got 55 gold.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Just imagine Kren like trying to smile and not quite making it, and then like taking like a sip of it and be like, "Oh God, damn, that's so good! Oh God!"
See, I know Nicole would do that just to fuck with you, but Boots probably wouldn't, unfortunately.
You want menu?
Have a menu?
I'm gonna point to whatever fish they have looks like tuna and just say, I want some of that.
Fine.
Yeah, so they have a couple different things on the menu. Many things aren't on the menu. That's just kind of what they have caught at the time. But the things that are on the menu are it's fish bacon with cabbage and scrambled eggs.
Ooh.
They've got to have pokey.
There's a minced fish stew with dill, almonds, and pomegranates. They have all types of just regular kind of fried fish. They have fish on sticks. They have kind of like this fatty, deep fried, like almost like a tiny octopus on a stick.
It's like a squid.
Yeah, some kind of squid-like creature.
Those are two different creatures, guys.
Oh yes, but like octopus tend to be big and squid tend to be small.
They
That
have
being said, there are
Not
small.
true at all.
Oh, there's the blue-ringed octopus. It's pretty small. I don't think you'd want to eat that.
they have a bread bowl. With
One of them
fish.
has 7 arms and one of them is 8.
They have a bread bowl with fish inside, and the fish is stuffed with another bread bowl, and inside of that is soup. They just have all types of just like strange, weird fish dishes.
I'm gonna get the Russian bread bowl.
Do they have pokey?
Can I just make it simple and just get like a sample of everything and then like pay them double what it's worth?
He wants the dead man's platter.
Yeah, sure. They'd have poke or a pokey. Yeah, they just pull out this barrel and just start like cutting pieces off a fish and throwing it in the barrel, and then eventually, to Corn, you just have this big barrel of different fishes that are all just like it's so full that they're literally having to like push it down. It's all just like squishing together into this ooze of fish dishes. And he just puts a top on the barrel and says,
15 gold.
I will give them 2 platinum.
This fake?
No,
Better not be.
I can assure you it's real. And I'll ask Rogar to carry the barrel if he wouldn't mind.
he takes a bite of the coin and just bites through it and he goes,
Yep, real.
Thank you very much for your hospitality. And yeah,
the Emperor's just stared at him this whole time, hasn't said a word. He just says, I think I'll eat at our lodgings.
Nonsense, Your Highness.
That
You should definitely eat some of the local food.
I've never met a Skaven before. I've heard they're very dirty creatures. I don't know if I want one cooking my food.
Is
I
he
will order
saying this
him a-
within
I will-
earshot of the Skaven?
No, he would have said it quietly.
Okay.
I would tell him quietly it would look wonderful to have the Emperor eating the local food, where all of the local soldiers and everyone's going to see him partaking in the local stuff.
He just nods and says, my good sir, I would like to acquire your finest grilled salmon. And they fry up a salmon real quick on an open fire, shove it in like a brown bag and give it to him.
I'll order the bread bowl and a bread bowl thing. It's like the sourdough bread bowl, but like in Russian doll form.
Yeah, kind of. It's a bread bowl with fish in it, and the actual fish is stuffed with another bread bowl.
Yep, that's what I want.
lovely.
It's almost like the size of a small pumpkin when they hand it to you. And Eska says, "Would you like to eat here, or I can take you to the manor if you'd like to eat in more private quarters? It's quite loud here.
Oh no, I think we want to enjoy the city, have some drinks.
Of course. You guys just find a local table. There's just kind of like public tables there where people who are getting food in the market sit and eat. You guys kind of sit down in like a public table. There's like some gum like stuck under it, and you eat your various fishy meals. To Corin, there's no way you're getting through that barrel of fish.
No,
All
but
at
I'll
once,
have them to
Oh, leftovers.
take back to the dimensional study.
Yeah, the first thing you guys notice is there's no quality control in this food. You either get something great or just inedible. It's very hit or miss, but people around here seem to like it. It's part of the local cuisine here.
Who is in our escort? Like outside of our little group, who's with us?
So it would just be basically some about half a dozen generic Alliance soldiers. Pierce and Mara would have gone about their business and prepared for the meeting, and then with you is your escort and kind of the I don't know what to call them, the kind of the head of this area.
The mayor.
Is Eska. Yeah, we'll call them they're sort of the mayor. That works.
Burgomeister.
Yes, of and so she'd be with you guys. She's very kind of almost like me. She just kind of has her hands like clasped in front of her all the time, just kind of very politely nodding at everyone who passes, and she seems very, very like this is her big job interview, and she's trying to be very polite and professional.
I would offer her and her men to join us for food and drink. Our treat, of course.
Oh, my thanks. I will eat later. It's rude to eat in front of guests.
Not when the guests have invited you.
Of course. And she sits down and starts poking at some of Decorin's fish barrel.
So how long have you been in this position?
Boots, I'm assuming you're still just hanging out on Kemkim's crab, just like sitting next to him.
Yep.
Yeah. He would just be talking pretty much the whole time, just about like,
Wow, isn't this exciting? I've never been here before. There's so many exciting creatures. Where are you from?
I mean, he's very like he matches Boots' level of energy, and they just kind of go back
Boots
and
is
forth.
trying to convince him that she can tell the past, but just
make a deception check.
the immediate past that she has observed.
Well, I mean, that's not a deception, really.
You can call that memory.
You'd be like, wow, that's awesome. I forget stuff all the time. I think it's because of the many dragons pushing knowledge into my head. I don't even remember meeting this crab. Who built this chair? I don't know.
You know who he sounds like is the guy in Princess Bride. Inconceivable!
That's why you never match wits with a Sicilian.
Eska just says, I apologize for him. I assure you, the Strait of Dragons is a very sophisticated and honorable people, but their oracles go mad quite often.
No apologies necessary. Boots has made a best friend.
Boots is like, is this mad?
Is this
Is this mad? Is this what people mean when they mean mad? Am I mad?
You seem happy to me.
That's what I thought. Then she'll talk about,
Crabs have
having
feelings.
On to the next thing. Like, we're worried about it for 3 seconds, and then moving on.
He just starts debating with you about whether or not crabs have feelings. And Decorin, you wanted to do something.
Yeah, I would ask how long they've been in this position.
This will be my 4th year. Taking over the city of Straighton in the waters of Manaheim. Manaheim, by the way, if you guys want a visual representation of where you guys are actually at. It is right here.
So we're pretty close to the borderlands. Not too far, anyway.
Is there like a river or something that connects this giant lake-ish area to the ocean?
I was
Make a
about to
history
say, like, how did this happen?
Sure, make a history check.
Wow, I rolled an 18.
Yeah, he beat me.
The actual land here is shaped kind of like this terrible drawing.
Do the rivers flow? Is this
The water
Is this,
flows underneath, through the Bay of Feathers all the way to the Strait of Dragon. So this is like there's an unbroken body of water, but it is deep, deep in the Underdark.
Ah.
Okay.
is this a sea or a lake?
Kind of both. It's a sea.
But is it
It is
saltwater?
seawater. Yes, it is. It is all
Okay.
part of the. Yeah, it's definitely saltwater, and creatures that make it over are usually very deep sea monsters that kind of make the whole trek between the. This is all connected to the same saltwater.
Are there any surface level rivers?
There'd be a few, yeah.
So they would have to be feeding into it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Ticorn, I totally forgot what you said. Oh, you had asked something.
Yeah, you
About,
know,
how long she been there? Yeah, she said that this is the end of her 4th year. That a few more people are gonna be at the meeting, and that she says, of course, we should discuss this later, but there's been some very strange rumors about the Empire returning to its warmongering ways, and she just kind of looks at the Emperor, and we would like those concerns addressed.
As they will be.
The Emperor looks way more nervous now.
Yes, we have much to discuss, but truthfully, it seems like something that is best discussed visually, which I can only do so many times per day.
She says, well, we have some more of the day to kill. Excuse me, sorry. As we can return to the Citadel, you can explore there. There's quite a few artifacts and ways of note there, things that you could check out of our culture. Otherwise, there's a very lively entertainment district in Strayton, or perhaps the racetrack. There are quite a few activities here. We have a very lovely research institute on magics. As well as a very lively shopping district. So there's much to do here. We won't be able to do all of it before the meeting, but if there's one or two activities you're hoping to participate in, you certainly can.
Perhaps the entertainment district?
I would like to go to the shopping district and then the research district. In that order.
Are we gonna split the party?
I was more thinking PR-wise. Like, I just want to get the Emperor in front of as many people as possible, basically.
Sure. Assuming the meeting goes well, we'll be able to do everything.
Sure.
So I'm sorry.
Later.
What are we doing first?
Well, I don't think we're gonna be able to really split up because the guards are wanting to escort us.
Maybe we could
So-
split into 2 parties?
Could we split into 2 parties, Thomas?
If you'd like.
Okay. Well, I've got some arcane shopping to do, and then I'd like to go to the research facility.
I will stay with the Emperor.
Kryn and
wherever
Ticorin both make perception checks.
24.
Kryn, you get this weird slimy feeling, and you reach your hand up the back of your shirt, and you see there's some fish in there. And you hear the kobold laughing.
He found it.
I'm gonna pull it out and I'm going to throw it at his face.
He just opens his mouth. So who are we splitting into 2 parts?
Wow. I'm gonna smell
Getting
like
boots
fish the
together
rest
with
of the day, I think.
Prestidigitation, baby.
Ticorin wouldn't know that. So, yeah, I specifically need to buy some reagents.
Okay, yeah, you can absolutely do that. You can go to their magical research place for that, or you could just go to the shopping district.
Oh, sure. I guess I'll go to the magical. I would ask Rogar if he would be willing to accompany me, and possibly not Lady Drasali, because you want to go with the Emperor, but Nadali.
Oh yeah, Nadali would love to go.
Yeah.
I will
do
stick
too.
with the Emperor.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to divide the group here. I'm gonna do this to make it easier for me to remember who's where.
Boots is staying on the crab. I don't know where the crab is going. But she's committed.
Okay, so it's Ticorin and Rogar in group 1 with Nadali.
Mm-hmm.
And then who's in group 2? Where are they going?
In Group 2, we wanted to make go to the entertainment district, kind of show our face among the peeps.
Yeah, the Emperor would go with you guys there.
Yep.
So Eska would go with you guys, and Nadali to Corn Rogar go to the Institute. Somebody roll a d2. 1 will do to Corn Rogar first, 2 will do the rest of the group. Whoever rolls first gets it.
Wait, where am I going?
I said you were going. The crab would be going with everybody else.
Okay, I don't know.
All right, we're doing Corn Rogar first. So you guys make your way to the Moon Petal Institute. It's a beautiful-looking library that's made up of several kind of smaller towers. There's a beautiful fountain in the center that seems to be just kind of regularly just kind of spurts out a beautiful puff of flower petals, which dissolve when they hit the ground. It's very beautiful. You are met by the head of the institute. It's a young tiefling woman whose body is exactly half blue and half purple, cut kind of down the middle, and she would introduce you all as the head alchemist of Straighten, and she would say, "It is my pleasure to host the Archmage, the Lord of Coin, and of course your warrior as well. And what is it that brings you to our institute here? I'm afraid that much knowledge is forbidden for me to share with outsiders, but if there's anything that I can do for you, I'd be happy to assist."
Well, for starters, I'm looking for some arcane reagents, and I have been looking to research some on chronomancy magic, but I understand if that's something that would need to be arranged beforehand.
Of course, I am the most prolific chronomancer in the Alliance.
Excellent.
Oh,
Chronomancy is my specialty. It is what we started researching here at the Institute.
is that why you're half blue and half purple?
Grin's not there.
What's wrong with you? Why are you half blue and half purple? What happened to you?
This is why I didn't bring Kren.
Ah, bro! Ew! You just see her, you're just like, ew! Oh.
Well, I would like to reveal to her and allow her to examine my vorpal timepiece.
Woo! She is fascinated. If you guys are just gonna hang out here, she will spend hours just talking to you about it with you.
Okay, so basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to research how I might use the chronomancy magic within the timepiece to do what we discussed in the study. And I'd be willing to spend as much time as they would allow me to do that here before the meeting.
With the help of her and Nadali, you guys could try for that. It would cost, I'll say, 300 gold pieces for an attempt. And there is a collective DC, so you would all make Arcana checks to try to reach it.
Okay. Yeah, so 300 gold, so 30 platinum. I can do that. And I would also have to buy a diamond worth 500 gold. Or no, diamond dust worth 500 gold.
Yeah, they would provide that.
Which, yeah, I will pay for that, obviously. I'm not asking them to give me that.
Yeah, sure.
So
then,
800 gold.
But first we'll have to set up a well, actually, I would probably be willing to work out of the Moon Institute while I'm here. So I would ask if I could utilize a full-length mirror for purposes of these studies.
Yeah, they would let you do that, but your work would have to be supervised, and they're going to be asking a lot about what you're doing because they don't just want you doing magic shit they don't understand.
Sure, I would show her the dimensional mirror spell and say that I would like to temporarily, for now, have this be one of the places that are linked to my personal study. If they are okay with that. If not,
she would ask what you offer in trade.
Ooh. What would they be interested in?
She would say, "You're the one asking for something of us. What can you offer?" Perhaps you can come back if you'll be staying longer once you have more time to think on it.
How about a temporary use of my backup spellbook? for research purposes.
They have a lot of spell books here. There's a bunch of mages here. They're not super interested in that. They want something that's gonna wow them. But you can come back if you want. But that's a pretty big ask to be like, hey, I know our whole countries are on rocky terms. Can I have a portal here?
Well, I would mention that all they'd need do to disconnect it would be to shatter the mirror.
Still,
Okay.
they'd want something equally significant back.
For now.
I can't think
Nicole sent me a funny message of an idea.
I can't think of what that might be at the moment, so that I could offer them.
Nicole says to blood sacrifice 2 Corin.
There's no blood; it just turns into ice.
Kalima! Kalima!
Is he with us or is he back at the Elf Empire?
I think he'd probably be back at the Elf Empire, or he'd be in Corin's pocket dimension probably.
He is. He's in the pocket dimension.
Getting
Which
work
is,
done.
I'm trying to get there right now, but
Yeah, maybe see how our meeting goes first. If it goes well, they might be more apt to.
sure. Well, yeah, I mean, we have to be able to get into the pocket dimension if we're going to attempt to do this spell. So, I guess we'll discuss that, and I'll think on what we might be able to give them in return.
All right, cutting back to the rest of our compatriots. Where did you guys want to go? Shopping, entertainment?
Entertainment
Entertainment.
district.
Boots is trying to convince, God, I can't remember his name. Clip,
Kim
Kim, Kim, to let her drive the crab.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes.
God, Boots is gonna drive a dry crab through the city. This is such a terrible idea.
It's okay. Her persuasion is not great.
Here, I'll give you guys here. There's a folder. there's a folder now with all the alliance people in their names. If you want a cheat sheet.
Awesome.
Did she
I'm
get
gonna-
it with a 4?
I'm still gonna call him Kim though.
Even though he did win their contest.
He says, "I'm sorry. Crab Rangoon here only communicates with those who are touched by the dragon knowledge."
I have dog knowledge.
What's a dog?
Did we bring Scarf?
I would assume so.
Boots will point at Scarf.
You mean a fire
Observe.
wizard?
Or wizard.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We have many fur basilisks at the Strait of Dragons, but we don't use that made-up word for them. That's silliness.
I have
Made up word.
so much fur basilisk knowledge. Look. Scarf, sit.
Make an animal handling check.
Have to make an animal handling check for that?
I was gonna say I wanted to roll a 1 and like Scarf like spits his butt and like
Scarf sits down and he goes, "Wow, Krabby, can you do that?" And the crab just keeps walking.
See my power? I control animals.
I'm going to. Oh, go ahead.
No, just animal. Just
Oh.
one.
I'm gonna, as we're walking, I'm gonna say to Eska. So, what are your thoughts on us? Like, we've heard that some people here at the Alliance think that we're dangerous, I guess?
I have heard that in the last few days the Empire has made several threats to many foreign nations, and that they are intending to invoke violence upon the rest of the world.
Well, that's not what I asked you, though. What do you think of us?
Make a persuasion check.
25.
She says, "You seem like fine people to me. Mara and Pierce are childhood friends of mine, and they each spoke very highly of you, which has probably swayed my opinion much. If I'm being honest, the only one of you that I don't fully trust is, forgive me, Your Grace, but you yourself." And the Emperor says, I hope to earn it, my lady."
Well, we didn't trust him much either when we first started to get to know him. His grandfather's reputation, I believe, has tarnished his whole family.
Yes, but luckily for us, he's long dead, and a new generation of peace can be upon us.
Well,
Have we got some bad news for you?
Where can we go to interact with the public? Dancing hall, perhaps?
Well, there are many things in the entertainment district. There is the dancing hall. There is the improvisation theater that you could participate in.
Ooh, that sounds like a terrible idea.
There's many gambling plazas within the entertainment district.
I just see the Emperor getting on stage and like, okay, somebody give me a place. You suck!
There are many prolific fortune tellers, gambling halls, and several things like that in the entertainment district. Depends what type of interaction you're looking for. There is, of course, the racetrack where large-scale betting takes place.
I don't think a rich emperor or a rich prince taking money from all the people is a positive interaction. The House of
oh, come
Improv
on.
sounds like a terrible idea.
You know, fine.
I did bring my dancing shoes.
I think you're going to be dancing, Kryn.
It's a joke because I don't wear shoes.
It's funnier when you explain it, Boots.
Kryn will ruffle Boots' hair.
Yes, I think a dancing hall would be perhaps the best fit for what we'd like to do here.
Yes, of course. And you guys make your way over to there's a small dancing hall. You can see there it's kind of divided into different sections. There's like a ballroom dance floor. There's kind of like a freestyle dance room, and where like people who don't really know how to dance. And then there's kind of more of like a darker, kind of grimier, like club type area with a bar.
The interpretive dance.
I think we would want to go to the slightly more formal setting.
Sure. Kemp would park his crab outside and just say, "Don't go too far, bud." And then he'd make his way inside the hall and begin dancing quite graciously. Eska would not dance, but she would stand and kind of, with a polite smile on her face, just kind of observe. The Emperor would be standing awkwardly to the side.
No, I see. I am trying to intentionally pull the Emperor onto the floor to dance with locals, and I am also trying to dance with locals.
I see. Make a performance check.
I will stand to the side with Eska.
Might I make a performance
Stop
check?
sending crab gifts.
Might I make a performance check with dexterity instead of charisma? Since it is dancing? Well, it's a 24
really
even with charisma.
Okay. I was going to say.
If it's dexterity, then that's a 27, I think. Or no, actually that's a 29. If it's dexterity.
What is Boots rolling for interpretive dancing?
Performance. Elwyn is very awkward and uncomfortable. At one point, a female Goliath asks him to dance, and he just gets very nervous, and the whole time he's just like has this look of terror in his eyes. Eska would be watching politely. Kemp is doing this very strange dance none of you have seen before. He actually kind of coughs out a small bit of fire and begins kind of wrapping it around himself like a ribbon. He kind of does this ribbon fire dance with.
Oh, I would be very intrigued by that.
Yeah, he just kind of like tosses this kind of. It's almost like a rope of flames that he manipulates. He summons and he just dances with it.
It's a fire loogie.
Charsali might try to do her own version of that, not with a fire loogie necessarily, but possibly magic.
I accidentally clicked Thorn Whip, but now she's just doing like
Thorn Whip.
Thorn Whip
Ow,
dancing.
ow, ow.
Try to imitate Campa with a thorn whip.
She's trying to imitate him.
The
Hands are bleeding.
This world's version of Devo comes on. Do 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 do.
Customer turbo dance, break dancing with the toilet.
She just gets all tangled up in it. She's like, ow, ow.
This is fine.
So Kemp does his traditional dance from the Strait of Dragons and finishes. Everyone kind of gives a polite clap and he takes a bow. And you guys spend a good amount of time enjoying the dance.
Yep. My goal is public interaction as much as possible, basically.
The Emperor doesn't make an amazing impression, but he definitely doesn't like. No one's angry at him. He's just not doing a very good job dancing.
Well, I made a damn good impression. That's all I'm gonna say.
You did?
I'm fucking delightful.
Eska would let you know. She'd say, that's a very beautiful dance. I'm not familiar with such formal elven dances. It was a pleasure to watch. Shall we then? Clearly just like she's not comfortable in a dance setting.
Would I notice? I would probably notice, well, because I'm standing right beside her, that she's kind of not comfortable here. I would ask her, "What, you don't like dancing either?"
Not really. I was a sailor growing up most of my life, so it's not something I've spent much time around.
And
Sailors don't dance?
Not really, no.
Huh.
Long, awkward silence.
So, what was your position on the ship?
Oh, well, I sailed in a convoy of pirate hunters, so we didn't have such a formal positioning, as we would lose people very often that we didn't bother to assign roles.
Well, you'd have to have, like, a captain, quartermaster.
I was not the captain or the quartermaster. I was a crewmate. Spent a little bit of time doing that. Didn't enjoy it very much, and I decided I wanted to find something a little more calm.
I want to insight check and see if there's more to the story than that.
Sure.
27.
There's definitely more to the story to that. It looks like there was a particular event that scared her off of it.
Well, I imagine it can be a difficult and sometimes scary thing to be a pirate hunter.
No, the pirates weren't frightening at all. It's the sea that scares me.
The sea? Or what's in it?
The sea. Just the way the waves crash, so chaotic and unbridled, it's terrifying.
I wouldn't know. I haven't spent that much time on the water.
Another long, awkward silence. Then Jarsali comes over and pulls you into a dance, Crane.
Fuck. 19. I do all right.
Wow.
Yeah, you're learning after the many times you've been forced to dance by Jarsali in the last year or so.
hey, Jarsali and Boots.
Yeah, it's true. It's both.
You guys would finish up your lovely dance, making your way outside, and Kemp goes, "Oh, god damn it! Crab's gone, everybody! Nobody step on him!" He starts like looking around cautiously.
Boots is gonna try and scream his crab name.
He doesn't know the crab's name.
No, he said it was like.
Oh, right.
Ah.
The native tongue name.
Basically, Boots is running around hawking a loogie.
Make an animal handling check.
I want to hear
Pretty
Thomas say the name back again.
A lot of green.
You guys are sitting there in the center of town. No crab comes.
Does Scarf look full? Gotcha. I'm not there. I can't tell.
And I'm assuming you guys would eventually meet up, or something similar.
Sure, they seem less anxious to go to the Citadel, so I guess we would go there.
Okay, you guys would meet up kind of on this bridge area over here. And as you guys are passing the sandy beaches, you watch as about 5 of these giant crab creatures emerge and start walking towards Boots.
Boots will try and keep all of them.
And Boots is just kind of surrounded by this like circle of crabs that are just kind of like nudging her. And Scarf looks terrified.
Rogar looks hungry.
I am going to use. Do I still have one of my? I still have one of my wild shapes left. I am turning into a crab.
You guys watch as Boots joins the parade of giant crabs. And Kemp goes, "Oh God, it ate her!" And he runs over. He starts like trying to like pry open the Boots crab mouth.
I eat him.
Oh God.
I'm kidding.
And Eska just looks over at all of you like, you guys made quite a scene. And then Rogar and Takoran would come up to meet you.
Was a 22 persuasion check enough to convince them of that?
Yes, if you want to do that, they're happy to do that, although it would take a work day, so it's not really something you probably have time for right now.
Okay.
How long were we there?
Let's see. They were probably at the dance hall for we'll say you guys were at the market for probably an hour, and then with the journey and your actual time at each place, we'll say that was another 2 hours. So we've probably been here for about 3 hours now.
There.
You guys are led to a very large, beautiful citadel with kind of this almost reflective blue roof, and as the sun shines down on it, it kind of illuminates with like this bright blue color that just reflects off of it, very much like how the water reflects the sunlight. You guys are shown to your quarters. It's a very large place with all types of different areas and things like that. Your rooms are on the southern side, and you have a beautiful view of this massive hedge maze. Your rooms are very prettily themed. There are blue rooms and green rooms, each kind of built around the colors of the sea as well, with these beautiful art hung up on the walls of great sea monsters and storms. And you guys, excuse me, you guys technically have free reign of the place, but if you want to leave or explore parts of the Citadel, you're not really welcome to. You'll have to be given an escort.
Sure.
So you guys are each given a room if you'd like it.
Absolutely.
I'll
At
take one. Sorry.
At the front gate, however, they would not let the crabs in.
But they're my crabs. Even Boots crab?
They offer you the stables if you'd like to keep your crabs there.
But Boots is a crab. So they offered everyone else the stables where
Yep.
they can keep the crabs and Boots.
Kemp would be like, you can't stable a crab, they hate it.
Boots will tell her crab friends to go and be free, but she will call them in the future.
They scatter.
Does
Boots on
does
crabs.
does this property have like a beachfront on the other side of it?
It does. So it's kind of built on like a cliff almost. So there's kind of this winding staircase that goes down to a small, intimate, private beach area. It's not very big, but it's cozy.
They won't need to be too far.
Charcelli would go down to the beach with some wine. Relax.
How long do we have until the meeting?
Let's see. So you guys, it's probably sunset now, and as soon as the sun is set is when the meeting commences. So the sun is just now turning kind of that reddish orange hue of sunset. And once it's completely dark out, it's dusk. The meeting will commence.
Oh,
Okay.
then that's not enough time.
You guys have about an hour to kill.
All right. I think we would have a meeting amongst ourselves to prep for the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rogar's not there.
I would mention to the Emperor that I believe in order for us to emphasize the point that we're trying to make to the Alliance of why we were late, we will have to show them the unfortunate fate of your parents, Your Highness.
I'll step out of the room.
With all due respect, I understand you not wanting to witness that, but I believe that in this space, we're all going to be judged not just on what we say, but also how we act. I think that that might not strike a strong picture.
Do we really need to show that then? Why can't we just show that my grandfather is risen from the dead? I think that will certainly be enough to shock them into allying themselves with us for the time being. My father was of no significance to them. I don't suspect that they will.
We could definitely start with just showing the grandfather, and then if they're not convinced, we can show the other as well.
I think that's a wise plan. I honestly think the visual that we all have in our heads of that night with Gaston being raised is certainly powerful enough to get our point across.
I suppose we can just explain what happened and what led us to that conclusion. We don't have to visually show the vision that you had.
It also drives home the point that the reason your father was killed was because he wasn't a warmonger. And I also think we should emphasize the point that although you are the rightful emperor, you do not have an empire right now. You have been effectively deposed, and I think we should emphasize that to them. You are not their enemy.
But we do need to make it clear that the Empire is coming for them all the same at this point. But that we are willing to do everything we can to attempt to put the rightful emperor back on the throne and begin an era of peace in these lands.
I just find myself imagining how things might have been different if we had actually made it to the Alliance from the get-go.
Oh, I was going to say, I found myself imagining what would have happened different if I actually would have said to Thomas, yes, Darsali's going to murder Helgrim in his sleep.
I don't know if you would have been able to by yourself.
I mean, I have the super poison. She would have done it with that and just hacked him repeatedly in bed. That's one of those weird things where, like, depending on how the DM wants to handle a helpless foe, like if we do it straight with hit points, there's no way she could have done it. But
you would know that he's always wearing full armor invisibly on him. That's something you guys have certainly learned about him at this point. So
good to know.
You'd have to get through that.
But if he's paralyzed,
yeah, if he's paralyzed, that would be a problem. But I mean, his armor class is not from Dex; it is from armor.
Sure.
Well, if you're gonna go by 3.5 rules, you could.
Well, are we playing 3.5, Aaron? What a stupid question.
In 3.5 against a helpless target, you can spend a full round to do what's called coup de grace them, which is just kill them.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember after the first campaign we did, this came up where like in the case of like somebody holding someone hostage, right? If you do it with hit points and it's a high level hostage, it's irrelevant because they can survive long enough to get them out of there. And that's why when we opted, at least when we voted amongst ourselves, that in non-combat situations, like cinematic situations, that we would handle that more cinematically, which would make it possible to just kill somebody outright if they're in that kind of a position.
Right, like if you mind control a guy, like you dominate person, and you go, all right, take this gun, put the barrel of it in your mouth and pull the trigger. That should kill them.
Yep.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when we were playing Divinity 2, you, me, and Thomas, and we were just hitting that guy to try and kill him because he wanted us to kill him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The problem you'd run into, I think with like a normal person, you could totally coup de grace them. The problem with Helbrim is boulders don't move, but they're still hard to get through, right? He's wearing Vorpal armor. Like, even if he's asleep, cutting through that's no joke. So
the real question
you'd probably get like a free crit or two, but he would at some point wouldn't be able to eliminate him immediately.
Yeah, but then the real question is, how long does it take to forcefully take off someone's invisible armor?
Without them waking up?
No, if you paralyze them first.
Oh, it'd probably take a minute. I think taking off plate armor takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah, docking armor is tough.
Well,
I mean,
right,
honestly,
but
if he was
all you
actually
do is
fully
you take,
paralyzed, you
you
slip the
take the-
dagger through the weak points in the armor. Like if he
or you
actually
just
couldn't move,
You
You
stab
take
him
his
in the
helmet-
neck.
you
Yeah.
just take his helmet off and slit his throat. Like one round to take the helmet off, another round to slit the throat.
Well,
Anyway.
he could have a neck guard with his
Anyway.
chest armor.
Around this point, Rogar would return from where he was.
See him with sandwich in hand, eating it.
Ah,
Wondering what's
Rogar,
going on.
did you bring a sandwich for the rest of us?
You've got to share with everybody.
He looks confused.
welcome
But
back.
you guys already ate at the seafood place.
You guys hear a window open and see Boots climbing out.
So should we tether Boots to something during the meeting?
To be fair, she was listening and sitting in the windowsill, and then there was a tangent and she got bored.
All right, so what do we want to? What's our plan going in here?
I think we need to.
We
want
show
to-
him the grandfather. It's like, hey, this guy's back from the dead. He's about to commit war on you. The emperor's been deposed.
Well, I believe before we do that, we should make sure to profusely apologize for being late and explain to them what happened that led us to having to be late in the first place. And then we show them the occurrence.
Of course, I agree.
That we were, and I believe we can actually explain to them that we were planning on coming, but we were trying to decide how we wanted to handle our general. That we knew that when we came here, the rumored and obviously true warmongering general would be a subject for debate in these peace talks, and that when we took the time to look into it, we discovered his treachery and were unable to come because we were attempting to deal with that treachery. And then we can show them specifically him raising him, and we could also include in that visual the destruction of the Order of Azure, which of course is, you know, there were really two things that stopped us from coming here on time, and that was attempting to depose Helbram before he resurrected this previous emperor, and then making that first strike before they had a chance to defend the Order of Azure. And I believe the leaders will understand if we explain it in that way.
I think transparency is very important. Your Highness, I would observe that as the highest ranking person of any of us here, you are probably the person they expect to hear from the most. However, if that is a role that you're not comfortable in, I suggest you delegate somebody to speak on your behalf.
He'd say, I'll speak, of course, but I worry that given that my grandfather is now our threat, they will think me in league with him. Perhaps it is better if those who vouch for me, who are not of the Empire, speak on my behalf. At least somewhat.
If you do speak little, I would recommend that you praise your father and denounce your grandfather very, very strongly.
He nods. Certainly.
And what specifically are we intending to ask of the Alliance in these peace talks?
Stand with us.
We need an army.
The elves have already committed, or at least some of my people have. We are not enough. The Borderlands isn't enough. Probably the Empire isn't enough. We really need everybody's strength.
Well, one of the things we know is that Eleanor the Lost may be willing to come to our side if we're able to offer them something more to their people than the former emperor is willing to. Perhaps if we can make an agreement between the elves, the emperor, the rightful emperor, and the Alliance, perhaps we could go to the kingdom of the giants with some sort of offer of how we might be able to reassimilate them into the world or give them something more than what they've had on that little island.
We can try, but as best we know, most of the world hates the giants on principle.
And we should also begin to develop a fallback plan to kill them.
The giants?
Well, the one specific giant.
Yeah.
To the meeting then, yeah. Unless there's
I
anything
believe
else
so.
you guys wanted to do.
I have to be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I have to use the bathroom too anyway, so let's take a 5-minute break.
There we
cool.
go.
I'll get some coffee.
Oh, I thought I heard my name. Anyways, you guys go into the meeting. I feel like I'm missing something. Anyways, you see the following people there. It's kind of a circular table of kind of a deep blue and purple, and you see the roof is painted to look like you're underneath the water looking up. It's kind of this big meeting hall. Pierce is there at one chair. Mara sits at another. Kemp sits upon a lobster that he's riding it instead of a chair.
A lobster now, not a crab.
Yep. You see a centaur in white robes standing at one of the places at the table. And you see a tiefling with bright gold piercings and dark gray skin.
A centaur, oh.
And that is the collective meeting.
Do we know who the leader of the alliance is?
They don't have one.
Okay, so this is like a leadership council.
They're more like the EU. Like it's a bunch of independent nations that meet together to get together on big issues.
Okay.
The EU.
And Pierce is one of these.
Pierce isn't a leader. He's kind of like you guys were for the Empire. He's like their adventurer guy. Like before you guys were like the Lord of Coin and stuff, when you were just people who were helping out the Empire, like heroes of the Empire, that's what he does.
Okay.
He adventures around and helps out. They would, of course, invite you to sit. They'd introduce themselves to you. Rolfin Greysteed, Intish, the tiefling who looks... Actually, I'll have you guys, whoever wants to, can make an insight check. Just kind of get a general feel of their vibes.
Yeah. I
And
got a
there's-
13.
If there's time
First
before,
day.
I think she would definitely try to, make her rounds, say hellos and kind of informal introductions before we actually settled into the meeting, if there was the opportunity to do that.
I'm good at this political stuff.
With a 20 to Corn, I'll let you pick up the vibes off of any two of them that you choose.
Well, that's going to be the two that I don't know, Rothblin and Intish.
Intish looks very standoffish. She does not look happy to be here. And Rolfin doesn't look as standoffish or aggressive, but he looks very like poker face political business discussion.
Okay.
I would like to point out that Rogar was reading his book when he walked into the room. And still reading it right
So,
now.
with the 13, do I pick up on one of them?
You can pick up on one of them lightly.
Antish.
Yeah, you get the feeling she doesn't like you or any of you.
Boots does not care enough to try.
So I'm not going to have a conversation with 7 NPCs and the Emperor.
You're talking to yourself, Thomas.
Yeah. So I'll kind of describe the general things that everyone voices, and you guys can respond in kind. Just because I can't do it. I can't manage as many NPCs in the conversation.
Sure.
Mara would vouch for you guys. She would mention that, excuse me, the rumors that the Emperor is preparing for war. Pierce would vouch for you guys. He'd say that he thinks you guys are good people, and while he doesn't know the Emperor, if you trust him, then he's willing to at least be in discussions for peace. Eska says basically something similar. She says that while she may not trust you guys, she recognizes that peace is necessary and that you have to kind of put the past behind you and look towards the future. Intish immediately voices up. Since you guys haven't met her, I'll talk for her a little bit. She says, I cannot even believe we are sitting here letting these enemies cross our gates. Have we forgotten the carnage wreaked upon our people in the last war? My mother died fighting that mad general of theirs. My father witnessed it. As a child, he showed me his encoded thoughts of her death. And now we sit here, breaking bread with his blood. I'd prefer to be driving a dagger through the child's heart right now. And everyone kind of is like, okay, let's calm down.
I'm actually going to speak up when she says that. I'm going to say, I'm from the Borderlands. I don't think anyone got hit harder than us by Granddaddy Cajun. Despite that, this Emperor seems like his heart's in the right place. And that's coming from someone who a couple of years ago would have rather seen the Empire fall than be associated with it in any way.
We haven't really given them our spiel yet, Thomas. We just kind of listened to them.
Yep. Rolfin Greysteed would speak. He talks on behalf of kind of the more southern parts of the Alliance.
How does she react to what I say, though?
She does not. She's not listening to you. She doesn't care. She's very, aggressive, especially towards Hellbrim. She seems like he personally wronged her by fighting members of her family. She's almost inconvincible. You can just immediately pick up, she is not here to have a productive conversation. She's here because she kind of has to be.
Yeah.
Yep.
While I'm reading the book, I'm going to keep one eye on her at all times, pretty much.
Sure. Rolfin would talk. He'd say, "This is an unprecedented opportunity for our two nations. If we could unite the Alliance and the Empire, the two greatest nations living on the face of the earth, we could create a utopia of prosperity. But to do so, my people have several conditions that must be met." And he pulls out a list. Basically, he wants certain, it's like a lot of trade logistics, about just trade between the two nations of resources they want, including Vorpal. They're definitely getting the better end of the trade in this. It's not crazy unbalanced, but they're asking for some stuff from the Empire.
Yeah.
It's kind of, it's basically demands masked as a trade. But it's
the Empire pretty well hoards all the Vorpal of the world, don't they?
Yeah, they have pretty much all of it.
Okay.
90%.
Um,
His other conditions would be the execution of General Conrad Hellbrim.
That's not an issue.
You got it, buddy.
His first name is Conrad.
Yep.
What a loser.
Or to pay off the 230,000 gold pieces worth of damage he did to their nation personally, not by his forces. And he pulls out a manifesto of destroyed siege towers, ruined forts, broken walls, and sunken ships that were witnessed to be personally destroyed by Hellbrim himself.
So that was an either or?
Yep, they either want him dead or they have to pay off his 230,000 gold piece debt.
Wow.
Okay, so he will die.
It's an
That's
easy
fine.
choice, yeah.
He's definitely here for the business side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Emperor would stand up. He would speak about how he admires his father. He rejects the path of his grandfather, that he's here for a better future for not just the Empire, but also for the Alliance. And then he would say, and I must confess that we have troubling news. And he kind of looks over at you guys all right, your turn. I don't want to say this part.
all right. Jarsali will stand up and she'll start with, I have an interesting perspective. I am not from the Empire, nor the Borderlands, nor the Alliance. I am from farther away. And as being from this world, some of us remember the events of Gaston's conquests and wars in our own lifetime. Some of it have heard of it from our fathers and grandfathers. And when this young man, and I'll kind of refer to the Emperor, was due to assume the throne on the death of his father. My king sent me to get the measure of the man. Was he his father? Was he his grandfather? What was he? And what would his influence on the world be, with the crown of the empire sitting upon his head? And I have spent a great deal of time with the lad, both officially and personally, and I will give you all the report that I gave to my king upon him as a person. He's young, he's naive, he's inexperienced, and due to the gravity of the situation that has been pressed upon him, he lacks confidence because he feels he's not up to the moment. However, he has the truest heart that I've ever seen. He wants best for what's all, and perhaps most important to me anyway, he is intellectually curious. He wants to learn about all of those around him. I think with experience and counsel, he could be a great leader for not just the Empire, but for everybody around him who he comes into contact with. It was the Emperor's idea that he leave the Empire and travel to the borderlands and to my homeland and the Alliance here to learn about you all and perhaps improve relations with his neighbor. And I told the Emperor that I thought it was a good idea and he shouldn't do it, because as soon as he leaves, the general would seize the throne behind his back. We were delayed from arriving here when we intended, because on a hunch from the Lord of Coin, we were able to confirm through some unique magic that the Emperor's father was not killed in an accident, but was murdered in his bedroom by Helgrim.
There's kind of some murmuring amongst them. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
$21.
They seem very shocked by this, and you see, especially Intish, the gray-skinned tiefling, kind of grips the table, like almost like she like nails on a chalkboard. Just kind of like scratches down it, just like fuming.
We returned to the capital city incognito to try to get some intelligence. What was going on while the Emperor was away? And Tokarin, if you don't mind, perhaps you show them what we saw that night.
I will stand and I will say, what you're about to see is, of course, quite disturbing, but I believe it's important for us to be completely transparent with you all. We would have liked nothing more than to be here exactly when we said, and we'd love nothing more than to be offering you peace and trade and everything you desire. We are no friends to General Helbrim. In fact, we've even revealed to our Emperor that it was us, our party, that worked with Mara the Champion and some members of the Alliance to...
She gets up and goes like...
It was us who... Well, I'll just say it was us who worked against General Helbrim and some of his
now you're like...
grandiose plans to continue this war. And we've thwarted many of his attempts, but this is one that we were not able to do in time. And then I'll go ahead and cast my project image.
Of all of the undead people?
Well, yeah, it'll first show us, arriving there, discussing, where Helbrim was and how we might, attempt to get to him. That we were planning on trying to go and depose Helbrim, us teleporting there, us seeing the cloud, us traveling to it and seeing the resurrection. And then, us returning, us planning, and, deciding that as much as we wanted to go direct to the Alliance, we needed to strike first. And then it would show us working with Nadali to go and destroy the Order of Azure.
You guys can make insight checks if you want to kind of get their reactions.
Sure.
Absolutely. 25, yeah.
26. Eat it,
Damn. Damn.
I'm not. Yeah, I would like to believe that I have that insight check because I've already seen all of this, and I'm not watching the projection. I'm studying all of their faces.
Yeah, sure. Mara seems relieved. Weirdly, she seems relieved that this emperor who's gearing up for war was not you guys and your emperor. She's the only one who has the reaction of relief. Pierce looks very focused and determined, like this is very surprising and disturbing to him, but he's not really so shocked that he's like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? He's like, oh fuck, here we go.
He has a threat in front of him now, and he knows what he's dealing with.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eska just has this look of horror on her face and disappointment, confusion, like she's still trying to figure out what's going on. Kemp looks very disturbed. He has this deep frown on his face, and you can see he's kind of pulled out a holy symbol that he's kind of praying to. Intish looks even angrier, and she's standing up now, just like staring with hate. Out of the whole image, she's basically only staring at Helbrim.
Yeah.
And Rolfin looks immediately disturbed, and you can see he immediately starts like pulling out letters and writing out letters to send to people.
I think just so that we continue. So while we would love to discuss trade agreements and peaceful relations, I think now that we are
Intish interrupts you. She says, "You have no army to offer us. Why are you even here? You're asking for us to fight the war and put you back in power."
Absolutely not. My king has already committed 25% of our forces to defend the alliance in the borderlands.
What are you saying, Rogar?
Oh, nothing.
I'm gonna when she says that, I'm gonna say
You cut off
war
Rogar
is
again, Grid.
What's up?
No, that's
Sorry.
fine. I started talking after you started. Go ahead, Aaron.
I'm going to when she says that, I'm going to say war is coming to you whether you like it or not. You have to know that. Would you rather work together and take Helgrim down, or deal with him yourself and hope that it's enough?
All I was going to say is that if she interrupts someone else again, I'm going to do something.
Ooh.
I'm going to look over and say, you could send as many armies or as many men as you'd like to try to depose Helbrim. But I can see from the manifestos that you've kept that is clearly not going to work. You're going to need armies to depose any attack that his armies send, but you're going to need a group of special individuals to depose these, as I've frozen the image of the seven that
On
essentially
the cover shot of all the
Right.
villains walking away.
You're going to need a very special group of people to depose these people.
The metal band album cover.
And we are the ones that are interested in helping you do that task specifically. We didn't have to come here to warn you about this. We didn't have to put ourselves in literally the den of the people who would, as you've said yourself, Intish, would like nothing more than to skewer our leader. But we're here. We're here to try to help you. And we're here to try to put the Emperor back on the throne and introduce an era of peace and prosperity to these lands that have not been seen in my lifetime.
We're also here to kill Helgrim.
Would that make you feel better, Intish, if we brought you Helgrim's head?
I don't think you're capable of such a feat.
You don't
Like-
know what I'm capable of.
Like, ooh, make an intimidation check. Also, her accent disappeared. Ooh.
Oh,
So close.
She says, "You don't know what he's capable of. I can tell by the way you speak. You have not seen him in combat. Would you like to see?" And she pulls out
I'm going
a small vial of an encoded thought.
as soon as before she pulls out that thing and she's saying that we haven't seen him in combat. I'm going to immediately just slam my book closed and just glare at her, trying to intimidate her into stop talking.
She glares back and stands up out of her chair. She says, "Would you all like to see what we're up against? These people are naive. They speak of wars and soldiers. They do not know that the war is won and lost with Helbrim's death."
Yeah, Bean, we do know that it's won and lost with Helgrim's death. That's why we were gonna try to kill him.
As she turns towards Cor and says, "Old man gnome, would you play this?" And she tosses you the encoded thought. This was my father's when my mother died on the siege of our city.
I don't have enough spell slots left to do that.
They'll find someone else to do it if you can't. Or Nadali will do it.
Sure.
You guys see the image of it's basically a city at siege. These massive stone walls. You see various Alliance soldiers all in their non-uniform garb of all races: Goliaths, Tieflings, Elves, Dwarves, and this massive army of shining armor. The Empire's full force stands in front of the gates of the city. You see that the soldiers are talking. They are mocking the army, talking about how impenetrable their walls are, how they'll never get in. The reinforcements are on the way. They're not going to be able to breach the Alliance border. The city's actually on the border. And then you guys hear this whooshing sound, this, and you watch as lightning fast, a single projectile slams through a tower that stands on the edge of the walls. And it turns, slamming into another tower. Another, it changes direction again, slamming from tower to tower. And as it stops, you see it's Helbrim flying lightning fast just through the towers, and they crack and begin to fall.
So he's fucking Omni-Man. Okay.
He's Thor.
That's an exact good representation. He's being Omni-Man. He's wearing this full plate of armor, and you see this massive full face visor that goes over his face with only these very tiny eye slits. And he lands unfazed in the center of the defensive forces. And as they begin to coalesce on him, this kind of line of archers that's on the wall above begin to draw down on him. Suddenly a halberd slices through, cutting down their entire archer lineup on the walls immediately. And then it returns to his hand. The doors of the gates just crumble and shatter, and you watch as the army makes their way in. And Helbrim just... almost like their weapons don't even seem to be able to hurt him. They just hit him and bounce off. And he's mostly fighting with his fists. He punches whole lines of soldiers. They go flying backwards. Anyone who tries to attack him from afar, you see mages that are casting spells from up in towers. The halberd seems to seek them out and kill them. And it's just this, of the entire battle, which you don't get to witness all of because it's somebody's memory, they eventually fall too. You see just... Helbrim probably does about 60% of the fighting of the army. Like, before the army even gets into the gates, he's already disabled most of their defenses. And as the encode thoughts in, and she says, "Do you not see that you cannot help, you 5 individuals? If the Empire army is not under your control, what is it that you offer besides, forgive me, Lady Jarsali, who has an army of her own?"
Well,
So-
Your Highness, I was wrong. They aren't worthy of leadership. She's afraid and they don't want our help. War is coming to kill them all, and she is turning away those who would offer to help her. Perhaps we should go.
The other individuals kind of tell her to be quiet a little bit.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. You're gonna ruin this for us.
Pierce says, "Well, I suppose the logistics of power must be spoken of later. I don't quite understand exactly what... I think Intish is more worried about the after of the war. I mean, if we depose of the current undead emperor, why would we not just incorporate the Empire into the Alliance? What reason do we have to return it to your control?" And he's not asking that like aggressively. He's just genuinely like asking, like, if we fight the war with our army, why would we just give the Empire back to you?
Are you a conqueror?
I am not.
You answered your own question.
Sorry, just real quick though. The Empire conquered the Alliance?
No.
No, the Alliance formed to stop the Empire from conquering them.
Okay. So what was it that we just watched? Just a city that was falling?
A battle, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Empire conquered... all this shit, and then they marched their way up through the borderlands. And there was a huge war in the borderlands. This whole area was just a war zone.
And the
Yeah.
Emperor died
Yes, and that's
during that time, and that stopped their advance.
yes, and the footage you just watched was from the border, so it was like the very first border city of the Alliance.
Okay, but because I think I'm trying to get to, didn't the current emperor's father give back some?
No.
He did. Yes, he gave back some of the nations that were like not fully integrated yet. Like the places
Oh.
that were the places that were like super unhappy. Some
Yeah.
of them he gave back. He's just like, okay, if you want to go not be ruled by us, that's fine. But some of the places were like so destroyed that they were just like they couldn't. Like their
Yeah.
entire infrastructure was just gone, so they had no choice.
I thought I remembered in the lore that he stopped expanding, but that he specifically
He
didn't
gave
give
back like 10%. Like it's not super significant, but he gave back some. But the rest of it, he's just like, no, this is ours now.
Do we feel so? This is something that I feel like I would know as like the main economist for the last couple of years. Do I feel like those places in the empire have been stabilized enough that they could become independent again if they wanted to?
They've been stabilized, but they are completely under Empire guard. They are subject to Empire laws, Empire commerce. The politicians are like Empire loyalists.
Right.
So maybe, but they're stable, but they're stable because of the infrastructure of the Empire. They don't have any of their own.
I mean, this could just be a question for the future because we don't know how this is going to go. And we don't know how far this is actually going to get. But I mean, I think it's up both to the Empire and the Alliance and something that could be on the table in the future of how to let those areas and how to let whoever wants to become independent. But it's a universal understanding that Helbram on a rampage is not good for anybody.
And you make a good point. I don't see why the Empire and the Alliance couldn't have an alliance where we are governed similarly to how you are governed within a peace. But the first things first.
Make a persuasion check to Corin. This is for the Emperor, not them. He looks like he's not super comfortable with the idea, but he doesn't say anything against you. He's like,
sure.
He's like, this was not cleared with me.
I'm talking theoretically.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's like, but the point is that such discussions are pointless as long as the formerly deposed emperor is planning on conquering all of the borderlands, all of the Alliance lands, and stepping over anyone that tries to stand in his way.
Kemp nods, and he's the first to say, and he says, I will have to speak to the noble houses of the Strait of Dragons, but I can tentatively say that we will send forces to reinforce this way. We will stand with you together, and the after will be the after. But I would expect major changes in the Empire after this war.
Well, another thing to consider is surely not all of the military will be loyal to Helbram. There will be those that would be loyal to the Emperor. As to how we reach them or find out who that might be, we're not sure about that yet, but it's something we're looking into.
Eska turns towards the centaur and says, Rolfin, how soon can your forces reach our border? And he says, we could have the full force mobilized in here, I'd suppose, within 40 days at a double march. And Pierce would say, yes, I've always been a defender of the people here, and I will continue to do so in the coming war. I look forward to slaying some of these undead champions.
Thomas, what was the name of the guy who sent the message to like all the neutral leaders, quotty feeders?
Abrar.
Translate to Willem with a little bit of a side eye toward what's her face. I'm glad to see there is some wisdom and initiative overriding our irrational hatred and fear. I'm curious, did any of you get the message from Abrar a few days ago? Last night? What day was it? Was it last night?
It would have been yesterday.
Yeah, it would have been yesterday.
Yesterday. Did any of you get the message from Abrar yesterday?
Marta says, I received no message. Kemp goes,
Oh, I assumed that was a hallucination of the future. Yes, I received it.
What about any of the other ones?
no, none of them.
So all of the ones that are already part of the Alliance didn't get it, basically, right?
Can I insight check that?
Who?
All of them, see if any of them are lying.
They don't seem to be deceitful. And it kind of
Just-
lines up with what you already know.
I'm just going to reiterate the basically contents of that message and say if you wanted any more confirmation, like you would need it, that war is coming here, whether you choose to unite and fight against it or not, there you have it. You are not part of that message because you are not neutral. You are their enemy.
Kemp's neutral. And Kemp would go, and with the way things are going, I suppose that the Strait of Dragons, after of course conversing with the noble dragon houses, will be malleable to joining the Alliance, should this war be profitable for all of us, and we are all not destroyed. Excellent! And he pulls out a small candle, lights it, and then blows it out, and then claps.
How is Intish looking?
Intish looks like she sat down, but she's doing that thing where like all of her rage has gone to one leg, and it's like shaking violently.
Hmm.
But she doesn't look mad at you guys anymore. She just looks like
Upset.
yeah. Eska says, "Well, I will reach out to those who are not here that are prevalent military forces in the Alliance, and we will begin preparing for war. We will tentatively form an alliance with you, young Emperor, and your heroes, but I must stress again, and as we've all concluded, if we win this war, the Empire cannot continue to exist as it was. There must be changes."
I believe if you win this war, the Empire won't be able to continue to exist as it was.
I believe if we win this war and depose General Helbrim, the Empire won't be interested in continuing as it's ever been before.
How does the Emperor look?
Uncomfortable.
I will say that the Emperor has already made one such change, in that he has delegated Rogar to be his new military commander, but the title of the position and its responsibilities have changed somewhat. He's meant to be a peacekeeper now, not a conqueror.
Rory's in there reading his book again.
Well, from what my scouts tell me, the cat can fight. This is Intish. She says, I will mobilize the steel hydras immediately. We'll prepare for a strike as soon as possible.
What are the steel hydras? Do we know?
Make a history check.
5.
They are like they're kind of like the Alliance elite strike force.
Hmm.
That Intish apparently is currently the her delegations include that, and she says we'll prepare for an assassination mission. Sorry, we'll prepare for an assassination mission as soon as possible to target these undead champions.
Might I suggest that you work with us on doing that?
You come along if you want. Just don't slow me down.
This one's cute, Kryn.
Isn't she, though?
I'll address basically all of them collectively, but her. My king's soldiers can be here whenever you need them or want them to be. Just let me know.
The rest of the talk, if no one has anything else super specific to talk about, would be talking about logistics of where soldiers need to go, of where they're needed, of reaching out to the borderlands, offering the people there refuge. If they would like to come into the Alliance during the war, they can come in as refugees. Similar things like that. Reaching out to other allies, the Bay of Feathers, Iskaron, just like actual logistics that we don't need to go into of what soldiers are going where, what generals are going where, just things of that nature.
Okay, but super, super important.
Mhm.
How well were the flower crowns received?
Kemp would put one on, and he'd be very happy about it. Eska would also put one on. She'd be amiable to it. Pierce would kind of take it and clip it onto his belt, but he wouldn't put it on. And Mara is too focused on the conversation as kind of their war coordinator, I suppose, is too focused on logistics and numbers.
All right, Boots is picking favorites. Remembering faces.
Boots is like, you die first.
It's like in the movie. It's like in the movie Waterboy when he's like, "Good luck on the next play," and then the other guy's like, "I'll be playing with your mama tonight," and he goes 62 because that's the guy's number, and then he
Yeah.
just like targets him for the whole game.
I for some reason I always just think of Rat Race where it's like you should have bought a squirrel.
You should have bought a squirrel.
That's just Boots' final moment that she says to anyone that wrongs her.
They're
You should have worn the flower crown.
their basic coordination plans and all that is going to take 50 days to set into effect. So if you guys would stay here, you could have 50 days of downtime. Otherwise, where you go and what you do is up to you.
I would be amenable to 50 days of downtime after our Crane Island vacation.
So 49 days of downtime.
I think I will want to go and try to take care of the small folk area before we took downtime, ideally. But certainly not 50 days from now.
Well, and I think we would maybe want to go do Rogar's thing.
That
and
gives us
that's-
enough time to do Rogar's thing, yeah.
And yours. I don't see why we couldn't do both of those things in that time.
Maybe
That's
the
what
Star
Boots
Towers.
do, especially if she gets more stuff.
Yeah, the Star Towers and Rogar's thing.
This is the side quest period of
Yeah.
this is the DM allotted side quest period.
Well, what I had said was that, we did our first big strike, and now it kind of seems we're going into the long war. And what are we going to do during the long war? We're not going to be a part of planning out military movements for their military. We're gonna be doing our,
we're at best like a strike team.
Yeah,
We're like a strike team.
This war, ultimately, as Intish had pointed out, is going to come down to leaders versus leaders. You can talk all you want about the foot soldiers, but if we can't kill those 7 or take care of them in whatever fashion, then no army is going to do that for us.
The soldiers are just creeps, right? Like it's the big bads that are worth so many more soldiers.
Well,
essentially, your guys' position, if you would accept it, what their delegation is you guys would work with the Steel Hydras, and your job is assassinate the people on the big bad list.
Right. And if
Yeah,
we do
I was
that,
gonna
if we
say-
do that, we win the war.
I think it would be more worthwhile, like do the specific things that we need to get done, like getting allies, doing Rogar's thing, doing the Star Towers to make ourselves better, and then instead of 50 days of downtime, it's like acquiring information and going on specific strike missions to specifically target the leaders when they're isolated in such a way so we can take them out individually.
That'd be nice. Though I don't know that we'll find them isolated, but yeah, if we can, then we should definitely strike them at those times for sure.
That's what I mean, like taking, instead of like 50 days of just like random, we each independently do stuff, I think it would be more important to like do recon and find out what we can about each person.
Some people definitely have random downtime stuff they've been asking me they want to do.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that's fine, but I mean like instead of just, I don't know, that's just my input.
Some of our downtime can be put into research. Researching is literally a downtime activity.
Oh, absolutely. And these people are not hard to research. They have books about them and songs and all types of stuff.
Unfortunately, Boots is not a great researcher.
If only we had somebody who was proficient in history in this group.
I think a lot of you guys are.
I'm not.
I have a plus 10. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Brooke and I both have high numbers, and that I have a 9, he has a 10. The old fogies of the group. We're proficient in history because we're old.
It's not really you're proficient in history, you've just lived through it.
No.
You just have a memory.
You're just old.
I'm from Europe, where the history comes from.
Eddie, is her?
Yes, indeed.
It's a good set. Because there's a fucking H in it.
I think that's the Dress to Kill one.
Yes, it is. It's an
Yeah.
excellent one.
Do I get a sense?
His best.
Oh, sorry.
I
Go ahead.
think.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you're good.
Do I get a sense of Intish's weapon of choice just from meeting her, or do I have any idea?
Yeah, I wanna insight check her to see if she is martially capable in some way.
Sure, you can make insight checks.
Dressali wants to do none of that and just hates that bitch.
I'm on a hot streak tonight.
You're so
I had
insightful.
been until that.
You're so insightful.
I specifically want to know if I feel like she's the kind of person who would use a two-handed sword. A two-handed greatsword.
If you want to know Tokran, I'll take her outside and we'll find out real quick.
Dressali does not like Intish.
She seems very athletically inclined, but she doesn't have any weapons on her at the actual meeting.
And by athletically, do you mean she seems agile or she seems strong?
She's got a parkourist form.
Ah,
Okay.
so she's probably not the one using that, but
Centaur, maybe.
I'm almost wondering if none of us are planning on using the frost blade. I forget the name of it now.
The undead one?
Well,
Well, it needs to be researched. It needs to be uncursed first.
You have to be undead to wield
I'm
it.
working on that.
Paul has been wielding it.
I'm sorry. It is, yeah. That would be cool. However, it's into Corin's
Chill tongue.
Well,
yeah, chill tongue. There it is.
I love the image of Boots carrying around a sword that's twice as big as her, like in Paul's mouth. It's just dragging just like everywhere she goes, Paul's just dragging this like massive sword.
She would like tape it to his head.
It's
so that he doesn't
freezing
have to try
cold.
Not if you're undead.
Right.
I'm saying he doesn't have the mouth strength to hold it all the way up.
No,
Duct
it's in
tape.
an
Yeah, that's why she would tape it.
It's in an
Duct
eye
tape.
socket.
that's it.
She would just like, yeah, she would just tape it around his face.
It might be too heavy for Boots.
The hilt is
She would
heavy
be
for duct tape.
fine.
No,
Duct
look, the
tape.
hilt is wedged in an eye socket, and she swings the skull as an
Ah,
attack.
there you go.
Would I know if casting remove curse on it would get rid of that?
I would have told you by now that it's going to take more than that.
By
Yeah.
the way,
If you had
the
asked
answer,
me.
the answer to your question is Pearson is the two-handed weapon guy.
Pierce
Pearson.
or
Yeah.
Mara.
Or
Pierce
Mara.
uses his father's sword though. That's like his whole thing. Is he uses his father's magic sword.
All right.
Yeah, we
May-
might be able to give it to Mara.
Maybe
And what-
Mara or the Centaur.
What we do
But-
is we just give whomever it is, Paul, with the sword taped to Paul.
There you go. That's how we do it. No, but
And you
one of
put
the things
Paul
I wanna
on
do
a
is try
rope.
to- yeah.
Either just swinging him around.
yeah, exactly.
Yep.
You're doing great, Paul.
Paul on a rope with the sword in his eye.
I'm literally not even doing anything.
That's my friend Paul.
We're not friends.
My best friend Paul.
Friends don't tape swords to friends.
By the way, I'm gonna throw it in a campaign now. You guys are gonna find a book called My Best Friend Paul one of these days.
Yeah. I love it.
Nice. It's like a kid's book.
Yeah.
Or very,
Is it just
or it would seem like a kid's book, and then you start to read it and you realize it is not a kid's book.
It's
Right.
like, go the fuck to sleep.
It's all,
Right.
it's all just like stick figures. Like Boots and Paul making flower crowns. Boots and Paul sitting at a meeting, talking to
Okay.
each other while everyone
And
else
then
is like,
this dude being like cut in half in graphic detail by Paul with the sword in his mouth.
And
Okay.
Boots just in a blood frenzy behind him.
Boots and Paul riding a crab.
Nice.
But yeah, if you guys want to do the side stuff, I'm totally down for that too. But I do think we should do Crane Island Vacation first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should do that first. Well, we had discussed doing that first thing in the morning.
The beach episode. Well then, you guys are. Well,
Do I get to meet with Entish privately after the meeting, like I asked, or no?
Yes, you wanted to pull her aside. You could certainly do that as she's angrily collecting all her war notes. She starts to make her way out, and if you like kind of jog, you could probably catch up to her.
I would like to.
Yes, what?
I just wanted to say, I understand your hate. I know where it comes from, and I know what it feels like. But don't let that push potential friends aside for you.
Make a persuasion check.
18.
She just kind of nods and then says, "Well, let's see who our friends are on the battlefield," and then walks away.
Can I insight check whether that made her... Did that make her like us any better?
It certainly did make her hate you more.
Okay, good.
I think she's going to be a tough one to win over.
Probably.
Assuming you even try.
I think attitude-wise, just personality type-wise, if anyone in the group has a chance of winning it over, it's probably Kryn.
Yeah.
But that it might not even be possible.
I'm assuming we're all going to sleep then because we've been burning spell slots.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh wait, do you have any spell slots left, Jay?
I mean, I've got some fifth and no.
Perfect.
No, wait,
I would
did teleportation circle. No, we teleported there, didn't we? I can't remember.
I
You
would
said
like
you'd
you
give
Yes,
to
6
I
minutes
did.
until-
I did write the teleportation circle. So yes, I've
I
got a 4th and a 5th level spell left.
I would like you to cast message.
Right, to Tatiana. Yes.
Yes. I would like
will
to
do so.
find out where she is and if she has
She's
any
down.
has
Are you
any
down,
interest
girl?
any interest at all in seeing Helbrim overthrown.
I will do so.
She would say, "I'm on my way to the Isle of Pirates, and from there I'm buying passage to the tropical islands. I'd love to see Helbrim overthrown, but I'd like to be very far away when that happens."
I'll ask you to message her again if you can, and
Last
ask what
one. Use it wisely.
would it take to convince you to help overthrow him.
I'll do so. And I'll mention that this is a message from Kryn. It's not a message from me.
I assumed that was included.
Sure.
She'll say, "I don't know. I'll think about it. Ask me in a few days."
I can do that. I'll say to Kryn.
Well, that's probably the best we're gonna get for now.
Agreed.
At some point that evening too, I would message Cyril and just kind of how they settling in, anything worth note.
He would just say essentially, the city's very quiet. It's very tense here. People aren't sure how to react to the undead Emperor King.
Sure, I think that's reasonable.
He's
Not
made
quite
a
sure for that.
They're making a bunch of new rules, things like that. There's a heavy guard presence, but the guards also look just as uncomfortable as everybody else.
Have they modified the teleportation circle yet?
Well, they modified all of them last time you guys were there.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
were not able to teleport to Nadali's Keep or to the.
No, I mean at the elf place.
Oh.
We decided not to alter it. We're keeping
They cast forbiddance on it.
forbiddance on it. It's permanent. There's literally a priest assigned to it to keep it permanently cast. So we have to let them know when we need it up and available, basically.
Well, I think you can designate specific people that are okay for it.
We
Yeah.
actually, as
No,
soon
it's just no teleportation magic can happen in forbiddance. Just none. Sarah would let you know that the Emperor has come out, made a few public appearances. He doesn't look undead, he says. That's probably either magical or by some other means. He just looks like a living guy. And that he talks about uprooting traitors and spies, that they won't be tolerated, stuff like that.
When you cast the spell, you designate a password. A creature that speaks the password as it enters the area takes no damage from the spell.
There you go. He says he's made several public appearances. He looks living. Some of the other people that you described, the archer, the lady with the knives, and the mage with the blue robes haven't appeared at all. But Serena is there. It's the Gaston, Helbrim, Serena, Ilyanor, and Armsbruster have been dubbed the new Imperial Council.
Interesting. So the giant?
And the people were there's obviously talks of rebellion, revolt. People are very uncomfortable with the undead king. But Armsbruster has been going out night and day just trying to talk about how this is a good thing, and people really trust her. So she's swayed a lot of people into accepting the new regime.
All the more reason to go to Crane Island vacation.
Because she's the only one that was already a part of it.
For the record, I think that if we are able to get Sage, we should not ask her to leave. We should ask Armbruster to become a double agent for us.
Well, hang on, there's more. So let's see what I covered. So Raina the Willbreaker, Abrar the Reality Weaver, and Nordak the Dragon Slayer are all probably off doing something. They haven't appeared publicly at all. Armsbruster soothing a lot of the people's concerns about the new undead king. I think that's mostly it. There's conscription for soldiers. They're getting them together, they're training them, things like that. I think that's it.
Okay. I will remind them both, burn another spell slot to, stay low key, don't get, unnecessary on risks, be safe, etc., etc.
Okay. After that, while you guys are kind of still going off to bed, Boots would be on the beach. Jarsala, you'd eventually find her later, kind of being a little quieter than normal Boots is, and you're kind of there just to read and relax a little bit. So you two are kind of on the beach alone.
All right. I'll pour her a glass of wine and crack open a book. And
I mean, Boots doesn't really take it. She just sits.
How you doing, Boots? Flips the page.
Fine.
Is that you're actually fine, or is that like fine but not really fine?
Probably the second one.
Do you miss the crabs, or is it something else?
Always miss the crabs. But I'll maybe tell you about it later.
Well, I'm here if you need me.
I know. You always are.
You know what's neat?
Crabs.
That's a perfect answer, Nicole. That was quick. You know what's neat, crabs?
And then I'll ask their names and we'll make small talk about crabs.
She has absolutely named every single crab, and they all sound like hawking a loogie.
This one's and that one's.
It's like it's basically draconic, but it's like a global dialect of it. And Boots does not speak that language, so she's just making up sounds.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And the last one's Fred.
And Fred.
Yeah, Fred.
Paul too.
Paul too.
What is Rogar up to?
If possible, he would want to try and train the Emperor some more.
He would look very just like, really now, but he would do it. Go ahead and make a athletics check.
It is important.
Whew.
Damn. Don't you get like 5 days for that?
That will certainly be enough to get him to level 5.
Yeah,
Huzzah.
boy.
Yes.
Didn't you already level him up to level 5?
Nope, he was almost level 5.
Oh,
I think we leveled up to 4 at first, and then
He gets a second attack now.
I know, it's huge. With that
Level
vertical short sword.
Level 5
Yeah.
is so big for fighters.
afterwards I would go back to reading my book.
Okay, I'll say over the course of the day, you get, just like, because it's in and out, you get, I'll say, plus the night, you get 6 hours of reading in.
Okay.
I think is it 24 to finish reading it?
48.
48. Yeah, so you get 6 in.
48 over 6 days.
I'm
For
trying.
sure.
I'm planning on trying to do something to help you with that, Rogar, but I can't do it right this second. I'll have to do it tomorrow.
Paul is stuck in the sand, like he can't talk because his mouth's covered by sand. And Boots just kind of settles, like almost like buries him in the sand next to her, so he can watch the sunset or whatever, or the waves.
That's what you do for best friends.
Was there anything else you guys wanted to do before bed?
Buy sunscreen.
Sunscreen, that's a good one.
Otherwise, I think we're ready. Make sure I have a sun hat.
I will make sure to fill my bandolier with silver bullets.
It's a good idea. You did have quite a few of those made, I believe.
Only 20, but that should be enough.
You built those to kill Crane.
I did. A long time ago.
Crane is not dumb enough to I don't think, fight us in a bad situation for himself. He'll just be like, okay, you win. You take
Well,
her.
you
whatever."
found me.
Yep,
But
I think
that's
the reaction I expect.
that's me too.
yeah. Crane's gonna have a talk with Crane. We're gonna see how it goes.
I think, like I would have discussed with you guys that if we can find Sage, that, it'd be a good idea to try to get Armsbruster to be a spy. But I would imagine that Crane is also going to have some sort of communication with the Empire based on them using him, to kidnap Sage in the first place. So we might be able to convince Crane to also act as a double agent for us.
I don't trust Crane as
Whether
well.
or not, yeah, right. Whether or not we would trust it, that's a different story. But at the very least, we can try and convince him to not tip them off, so that we can keep Armbruster safe as a double agent.
The way we keep him from tipping people off is we put him in prison.
Right. That's what
But,
I'm saying. We
even if-
ideally do not want to kill him. We ideally want to use him.
Well, let's see how this goes.
Because if we kill him, then Armbruster is not safe in the capital, and we have to try to get her out.
I agree with having Armsbruster work as a double agent for us if at all possible, and if only to find out who in the Empire is still loyal to the Emperor. But it would be very dangerous for her.
It would. But I'm not afraid to say it, that if we save her daughter, she kind of owes us.
Yep.
We don't want to use her in excess. We don't want to put her in something, too dangerous. We got to balance that, of course, but I believe it's not too much to ask for her to be our eyes and ears in the capital and give us information. in exchange for saving her daughter.
That being said, if she's too scared or averse to it, and we try to force her to do it, she'll get found out.
That's true.
So we have to be very careful about how we handle that. If we care at all if she lives or dies, and I feel like we do.
I think one step at a time, friends. Let's get Sage back first, and then go from there.
And we'll keep her in your hometown, I would imagine.
If she wants to go there, yes, I think so.
Okay, that could be up to Sage.
Well, she can't go back to the Empire.
I don't think we'll be able to tell Sage where to go, to be honest.
You're right, but we can make suggestions.
Yes, but I think that once we earn her freedom, she's going to have her freedom.
She might be useful back in the Empire, though. She does run an underground criminal empire.
True. I mean,
She also might just be useful as an intelligence person.
She
in the
does also
Borderlands
have an
Alliance.
alter ego where she becomes a tiefling named Strings.
That's true.
yeah.
We're saving Strings. We're not technically saving... No. Okay, well, anyway, let's go.
So the next morning we transport via plants then? Boots? Yes?
Yeah, but let me prep my spells.
Right? Me too. Damn.
I think
Me
scrying is going to be one you're going to want fairly often in the coming days, because if we find one of those uber bad guys alone, we can just like show up on top of them and be like, "Hi, we're going to kill you now."
If I were a DM running this level of campaign at this point, every single one of those people would have an amulet of proof from detection. I'm just saying.
Or alternatively, they set a trap because the scry only has a very limited space around them.
For
You
real.
gotta be super careful.
Burger would hand a note over to Drasali saying that he suggests that we scry on Crane before we use teleportation via plants if possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We want to teleport to the plant right next to
We
him.
want to confirm that he's there, yeah.
Wait, sorry, what? You want me to scry on him first, and then we teleport via plants?
Well, yeah, we
Yeah.
gotta see where he is.
What if he
Okay.
moved? What if he moved trees?
Yeah.
Like, oh no, we went to the tree 5 feet to the left.
He's getting away!
What if someone else is just there on the beach with him, like the entire undead army?
Right?
This could be the trap. You're right. You never know. Boy, I should do some preparation stuff before we step through the portal.
Well, like mage armor?
Well, no, I actually don't need mage armor anymore, but I've looked into a few different spells that are not concentration, but are good buff spells, like Mirror Image and
He's
False
copying
Light.
Jar, so I'll let you see.
Mm-hmm.
Would the Alliance be willing to give us a golden crusted bowl for Heroes Feast?
Oh my god.
I don't think we need Heroes Feast for
Yeah, this is
Crane.
not a Hero's Feast kind of thing.
Look, maybe he just likes the taste of Heroes Feast.
I
Who
will.
doesn't?
I will use the scrying to see if I can find Crane. Yuki has moved. See what is next to him, etc.
Thomas said he'll be right back, so I assume he's.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I was prepping my spells.
Welcome
All right,
back.
now Thomas says he's back.
Hello.
I would use scrying
Right.
to find him. Sorry,
Define
Crane.
Elrond? Oh, Crane.
Crane.
Yep, you see him on a beach. Same as before.
Is he right beside a tree?
He's not, but he seems like he's on the same beach and you were near a tree earlier. There's a few trees around him, but they're not very big. But you remember where that one big palm tree was, so you could always go there.
Everybody ready?
Boots can't see or can't read while in the middle of a scrying, can she?
Mm-mm.
I would hand a note to Drasali to ask Boots if it looked exactly the same as last time she scried.
Boots, does
Like
it look
completely
exactly the same?
identical.
Thomas, does it look exactly
No,
the
it's
same?
not exactly the same, but it's the same beach for sure.
Is it slightly to the left
Or to the right, one of those.
or to the right?
Seems likely.
Boots will say, it is slightly to the left. She doesn't know if it's actually slightly to the left, but that is what she will say.
I'm convinced.
I'm gonna cast False Life at 4th level.
So does that give it more to you or to multiple people?
No, it gives it more. So
More to him.
Yeah, I get an extra 5 for each. So I get
So you get 22.
22 temporary hit points.
And Jarsali will use her glamored armor to make it look like she's wearing a sundress.
Just because.
So yeah,
we're
for
going
the
to the
first
beach.
time you see Takoran cast the spell, and he seems to almost, the wrinkles almost seem to even out a little bit. Like he's almost looking a little younger, maybe not hunching quite as much.
You look like you're twice
Slightly
as
less
healthy as
dead.
you usually. Twice as healthy as usual. Yeah.
I almost am.
Weird magic, Rogar smash with sword.
If
Just
I ever had to fight Rogar, this is how I'd be starting it.
Boots puts on her
It wouldn't be
fancy
enough,
dress.
but Anyway, we'll step through.
Yeah, she will cast on a tree, and it will go to the palm tree that she saw in scrying.
All right.
Do we see Crane?
You step through the tree and you find yourselves blinded by the bright sun above. You see a beautiful, tranquil blue ocean. The smell of salt hits your nostrils. Several trees, kind of very light and thin, blow in the breeze of these like long, very bright green palm trees. You guys see yourself standing on kind of a ridge with dirt on it, and it kind of drops off about 10 feet down to the beach. Looking over, you see what looks like several Empire arms, swords, armors, things like that ditched on the beach. And a little ways away from that, you see several what looks like Empire soldiers, not in their armor or with their weapons, leaving those on the beach swimming. 2 of them are playing with some kind of ball, throwing it back and forth. And you see Crane there curled up on a beach towel.
How far away is he?
At this point, they'd be
And how many soldiers too?
probably, there was 4 of them, probably 60, 70 feet away.
Do we see Sage or no?
No.
I'm going to.
Make a perception check.
I see everything.
Crane, you don't see Sage, but you do see what looks like a large, mostly glass, kind of beach mansion up the coast a ways.
Well,
A really nice Airbnb.
I'm gonna start just casually walking towards Crane with my gun slung on my shoulder.
I was going to do the same. I'm going to take off my sandals, walk barefoot on the beach, and just go sit next to Crane.
Yep.
Here's a visual representation for you guys.
Put my sunglasses on. Comment on the weather.
I'm gonna move to right here, unless there's some sort of response that happens before I get there.
I'll have them make perception checks.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not hiding my approach at all.
I'm not either.
Their passive perception is 8. So I'll say they don't see anything. And as you approach, you hear Crane kind of sniffing, and he looks up, and he just goes, nah, fuck.
Oh, as soon as she saw him, she was gonna skunk him, and Scarf didn't come, by the way.
Yeah, he's kind of like just sniffs at the air, and he goes, ah, shit. And he just closes his eyes and rolls over so he's not facing you.
Well, if he's not facing Jarsali, he's facing me. And I'll just put the barrel of my gun against his nose. Be like, hi, Crane.
You hear the soldiers kind of shouting in panic, and he just goes, hello.
And I'm gonna yell at the soldiers, "Stay there!"
Make an intimidation check.
I'm also gonna say, as when
I'll
he
give you
says
advantage because they're at the beach.
when he says stay there, I said, "You guys don't be a problem for us. We've got no reason to kill you, right?"
Keep playing volleyball. Enjoy your vacation.
These 2 immediately dart up this way towards where the weapons and armor are lying.
Which 2?
Can I cast?
The two that were playing ball.
Can I cast hold person at?
Yeah, you guys
level?
can react. Yeah.
I'm going to caliber net the one that he does not hold person, so he needs to make.
You can do it to
I can
both.
do both. So
okay.
they both get to make DC 19 Wisdom saving throws.
Their muscles lock up, and they're sitting there like,
Okay,
move. Like
By
talking out the corners of
by
their mouth.
order of the rightful emperor, please do not move.
These two who are swimming just are looking at each other like, well, what do we do?
I said keep playing volleyball.
It's like that scene from frickin' go surfing.
You see the one at the top turns and throws the ball. The one at the bottom just not paying attention. It just goes right past him. He's just staring at you. He doesn't even look at it.
Is that that's not Apocalypse Now. What movie am I thinking of? Where it's Robert Duvall and he's
I don't know.
the sergeant. Oh, whatever.
Does he have a picnic basket or anything near him, or is he literally just sitting on the beach?
There'd be probably a small satchel with just some crackers and cheese in it.
I'm gonna start helping myself and just say to Crane, so how are we gonna do this, Crane?
Well, that's not really up to me.
I mean, it kind of is. What kind of cheese is this?
It's foreign. It's an apple rubbed cheese.
No wine pairing.
The soldiers drank all the wine.
You're as bad at bounty hunting as you are at vacationing.
Make an insight check.
All right. 14.
You see, he shifts the towel to cover up the bottle of wine right next to him.
I'll just kind of nudge it out from under the towel with the barrel of my gun. I see it's right there.
So are you here to rob me on my vacation?
I'm gonna
You
grab
know
the
why
wine
we're
and get a
here, Craig.
glass. So I'm good. I'm glad we found the wine. I was hoping you'd be better at vacationing than you are at bounty hunting.
Apparently, I'm much better at bounty hunting than vacationing.
You know why we're here, Crane. Where is she?
Who?
Oh,
I will cock the gun.
Boots Minor Illusion's a shark right here.
That's amazing.
Make a deception check with advantage.
Wow, those are pretty good wisdom saves.
That is pretty good.
Right?
I
I
think
thought she would-
they're lower than your DC actually, so they can't see through it.
Yeah.
What's your DC?
Right, correct.
Oh, 19. Yeah.
They
Or no,
freak.
18. Sorry.
Okay,
this
so-
one sees it.
One of them just starts swimming out to sea. And
There's no safety on the beach.
And the other one, even though he knows it's an illusion, he still kind of nervously makes his way over. To the
When he starts trying to come towards the shore, when they're like, stop there.
Come back!
Come on, Crane. Where is she?
Let's look around at all the places someone could be hiding.
I'm gonna pull out my dagger and stab him in the leg.
Oh.
Make an attack roll. I give you advantage because he's prone. And he doesn't have his armor on. Ah, damn it! Ah, son of a... And you watch as his teeth kind of grow into fangs for a second, and his eyes kind of turn like a dark black color, and then it reverses.
None of that. None of that.
Would you take your dagger out of my leg, please?
Give
If
me a
you'd
reason
like-
to, and I'm gonna move it around a little bit.
She's in the house, you idiot!
I'll pull my dagger out, and I will clean it off on his clothes, and then I'll put it away.
Why don't you lead us to her?
What are you gonna do with the soldiers?
Assuming they don't create any problems with us, they'll be able to live.
No, they're gonna tell on me if I tell you where she is. We'll have to kill them all after this. And then he stands up.
Oh no, they're going to prison.
No, I don't care. Paul reaches under his towel, pulls out his cane, and starts hobbling his way over.
I'm gonna kick the cane out from under his hand. Like, come on, don't.
He doesn't actually need the cane, so you kick it out, and it doesn't fall. He doesn't fall. It just
Yeah, I know.
a little bit.
I know he doesn't need the cane. I'm like,
After
come
his
on.
leg got skewered, he doesn't need the cane.
He heals. He's a werewolf. He heals. He's
Oh,
regenerating.
right.
He's regenerating.
Ah.
I assume it's
just like-
been more than a minute for this conversation,
it's a
so
+1
these
dagger.
two stay here after the whole person wore off.
Let's see.
I actually said I would have caliber netted them.
Oh yeah,
So
they're tied up in nets.
They're still locked in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm still concentrating.
You guys hear far off in the shore. Help! I can't swim. I'm drowning. And he's like, "Are you gonna get that one?"
I'll point to this guy that's close to the water and say, "Go get him and bring him back."
He starts swimming over there. A couple seconds go by. He drags him back.
Boots will have made the minor illusion follow them. Like she just has to recast it over and over again because it's just minor illusion, but she would.
This guy's not bothered. This guy's like freaking out the whole time, and he's like, "Stop! You're gonna drown us both."
I'm just gonna tie them both up.
So why don't we just have the four of them with no arms and armor just follow us? They're not going to do anything with other weapons.
No, that's fair. All right.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk over towards these two, and I'm gonna say, "Now you are gonna accompany me and my friend Rogar, and I'm gonna let you out of the spell, but you're not gonna cause any problems, and we won't cause any problems for you." And then I'll stop concentrating on the spell.
Boots will ask this one what his biggest fear is.
Wow.
Boots and tormenting lowly Empire guards and soldiers.
Make a persuasion check.
It really is classic Boots.
Yes.
He says, "The only thing I'm afraid of is how I feel about myself on the inside when no one's around."
Can I insight check him?
Sure.
Boots just became a therapist.
Is
We're
he?
gonna
Is
come
he?
back. They're gonna
Is
be
he?
on a couch.
Is he bullshitting?
Yeah. Because he doesn't want her to manifest his fears in front of him.
I'm
Well, she-
gonna pull out my hold-out pistol and put it in his face. Like, tell her for real.
Centipedes!
Oh, it's funny because right after he said that, she was gonna make bugs appear all over his body. Just
Oh my god,
because
these poor
she was
guys.
fucking with him.
He would just start running up towards the house, screaming.
Bye.
I would stop him. Don't let him pass me.
It just runs into a Rogar clothesline.
He would run up to you, Rogar, and like put his hand, like try, almost like give you like you like run up and grab you, and be like, "Help! Get him off me! Help!"
There's not actually any bugs on you. Don't you realize you can't feel them, you moron?
No, they're totally real.
And Crane just looks so upset. He's just like,
Well,
I'll
we're
look
gonna
at
lead
his
all these
crane and
people
hold
to
my
the
hand
house.
out. By the way,
what'd you say?
I'm gonna look at his crane, his cane, and hold my hand out.
Hands his cane over and just looks at you. He's like, "God, you're a much bigger asshole than I remember. You gave me a book, remember?"
Was it a good read?
Yeah.
Don't say I never did anything for you.
And he just walks up towards the house.
So, Crane, how long have you been here?
This would be day 4 or 5.
No, well, at least you got a couple of days of silence before this
Yeah.
occurred.
I really think we're gonna have to kill the guards. By the way, he's just saying this like loudly to all of them. He's like, because they're gonna get message spells sent to them wherever they go, and they're gonna snitch.
Not if they're in a place where message spells can't reach them.
That takes a lot of money and resources. We could just kill them all. Really, it's no trouble.
You know, it's funny, Crane. This is the exact conversation we had about you before we arrived.
She's not lying.
Yes, but we are old friends, and you would not kill me.
Friends is such a strong word.
It depends on how worried we might be that you would rat on us.
I was gonna say, when he says that Jarcel and Grim would kill him, I would just chuckle a little bit. Like, yeah, that's not true.
You guys make your way up to the very nice beach house. Go ahead.
And after I say that, I'm gonna flick one of my silver bullets over to him, just so he knows that I'm serious.
Oh, haven't seen these before. Very innovative.
Oh, I made those for you a long time ago.
In fact, didn't he discover those at one point when he had captured us?
He did.
I'm gonna pull out my sword of thirsting silver. Just because, and show it to Crane. But pretend like I'm not showing it to him.
Ah, cool. Can we go to the beach now? Can we
Yeah,
keep
we're
walking? out?
walking.
I figured we'd be walking that
We're
entire
walking
time.
and talking.
Yep.
You guys make your way up. You see a very nice beach house. It's kind of made of like this white birch wood. There's windows all over it. There's like some glass walls with like large curtains over them. You see there's 2 guards in like very light armor because it's hot here. They're not in like their full Empire armor, but they've kind of got like a light kit on, just sitting on the porch. And Crane goes, "We're prisoners now. Put your weapons down." And they put their weapons down nervously. And he says, "All right, stay outside." And he just walks inside. You guys kind of follow him in. You see just this very nice Airbnb-esque beach house. He walks over to the kitchen, grabs a glass, pours a small drink, says, "All right, the girl's downstairs." And he plops down on kind of like the sofa.
I'm going to
See,
look at him like I'm waiting for him to go get her and bring her up.
Who is she the most familiar with amongst us?
Probably Kren.
Ren and I, and Boots.
I don't want any of us
And
just randomly
and
go into a
Rogarty,
basement.
all of us.
Yeah, I don't think any of us just randomly go into some basement though on his suggestion.
True.
I mean, in every horror movie I've seen, that always ends very well.
Oh, actually, you're right. First, we have to split up, and a couple of us go into the basement. At his suggestion.
He gets back up and lazily walks his way over to opens the basement door. You see some stairs that go down, and you see what looks like it's not like a dank basement. It's basically just another bedroom. It's got kind of a nice like themed beach carpet. There's some paintings outside. There's like a small skylight so that there's actual sunlight in the room. There's a few bags of like what look like women's clothes. There's like some snacks, some half-eaten food on kind of the nightstand. And you hear as you come down like, "Gran, you fucking asshole, I'm gonna kill you when I get out of here." And he's like, "Well, do you want to go say hi?"
Yeah.
Did you guys take her to an island paradise and lock her in the basement?
I mean, we take her on walks. And then he goes back to the couch.
I'll start walking down the stairs.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Do they have a wine rack?
There'd be a wine rack, I'm sure, in the kitchen somewhere.
I'm gonna find the cheapest, just shittiest ass wine. I'm gonna serve it to that guy.
I
get the good stuff.
assume Kren and Boots are staying up with all of our captives.
No, I'm
Oh, yeah,
going
I will
down.
stay up. I want to make sure I
Oh,
serve him
that's-
shitty wine.
Boots was staying up so she could make him smell like a skunk.
Ah,
The rest of you go
Priority.
down, and you see Sage sitting down there, and she looks up. She was looks like she was writing in a journal or something, and she goes, "Oh,
What's up?
am I free?
as you want to be.
You're
All
about
right.
to be.
All right, give me a gun. I'm gonna kill Crane."
Hold up. What's your justification?
She looks at you confused. You met him, right?
I've known him for a long time. Yeah, he's a prick. But
Okay, gun.
yeah, did he?
Rogart, can I have a sword or something?
Did-
Crin's not keeping up.
Hey, did you honestly get like mistreated by him?
He kidnapped me.
I get he kidnapped you.
What
But-
kind of childhood did you have where kidnapping's not mistreatment?
Did he treat you as well as he possibly could have while going through the orders he was given to kidnap you?
I guess.
Rogar starts walking up the stairs.
See, I grew up in
Rogart,
the
I need a
gutter.
sword.
I grew up in the gutter. Like, I had a much worse childhood than you in every way, shape, and form.
Boo-hoo, you should see a therapist. Can we go?
Boots
And I-
will
and-
yell down that the last time she got kidnapped, they didn't take her to as nice a place as a tropical beach.
Hi, Boo.
Hi.
I can just imagine how different this conversation would be if Jarsali's like, Jarsali, give me a gun. Crin's being a dick. Here.
Well, we're actually debating on whether or not to just imprison Crane or kill him because.
Kill him.
All right.
He's the worst.
Well, we know your vote.
Why do you
Uh,
get me to vote?
I'll I'll open her cell.
It's
And
not a
just-
cell. It doesn't appear like it was locked. She's just down in the basement.
Oh, she's just down in the basement. Okay,
Yep.
never mind. Then I'll just be like, all right, well, come on.
She's like, yeah, it's not a prison. Where's I gonna go? I don't even know where we are.
So, here's the thing. Do you know what happened back at the Empire?
No.
Helbrim usurped the throne.
Her kind of standoffish, like sarcastic teenage attitude goes away for a second. She's like, my mom okay?
Your mom is being coerced into working for him because they were holding you hostage.
But she's okay.
As far as we know, she's okay right now.
All right, well, I guess I got more people to kill. I'll put them on the list. She goes back to the notebook she was writing.
So, we had a couple ideas.
You see in the notebook, it's all just like little doodles of Crane being murdered in different horrible ways. He's like on a torture rack, and then he's like getting like there's like a ceiling slowly closing down on him with spikes on it.
So we've got a couple ideas as for what you might do. One of the options is for you to go stay in Jarsali's people's home.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. But Crane first, though.
We'll get to that.
Boots, can I have a knife or something, please?
I don't carry real weapons.
I will give her my holdout pistol unloaded.
All right, let's go. Just start trying to like.
I'm gonna
slip
grab
under your
the-
arm.
I'm gonna grab the collar of her shirt and pull her back and be like, "Listen, this is important." So we got a couple
Just
ideas.
like my mom.
We got a couple ideas. You could either go stay at
I can come up with
Jarsali's.
my own ideas.
Yeah.
God,
Listen for a second.
get out
you
of my
can
room.
This isn't your room.
More my room than your room. I've been in here longer.
God, Mom.
You could go stay with Jarsali's people if you wanted to. That just letting you know that is an option.
Thanks.
If you wanted to, you could also go work against Helgrim with your strings persona.
Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Let's go. I got...
Here, I found you a stick.
All right, fine. I'll fine. Go.
Crane, I'm gonna fucking kill you! She starts running up the stairs, and Jarsali, you're up there with Crane serving him shitty wine, and he goes, oh, and he tries to hide under the couch.
Just oh.
I'll point when she gets in to where he's hiding.
She just runs, she just doesn't even look under the couch. She just starts pulling the trigger on the gun, like pointing it at the couch. She's like, Crane, you son of a bitch! It's not going off. Starts just going through kitchen drawers rapidly, like looking for a knife. She's like, "Where are all these knives so dull?"
Oh, here.
Crane gets out from the couch and starts just running.
I know,
I'm gonna-
if I figure out
I'm
she's
gonna-
looking for a knife, I would offer her my dagger.
I'm gonna caliber net Crane. He needs to make a strength save. Well, he would have rolled. Let's see, it's a +2, so he would have failed on the first roll.
It's an 18.
So he.
The stealth was for stealth.
He has to hide under the couch.
Oh, okay. An 18. I think he passes then. Let's see.
Runs out the sliding glass door, and he's trying to like jump off the balcony with Sage in hot pursuit with a butter knife.
No, I would have offered her my knife if I figured out she was looking for a knife.
Oh, well then she has a real knife, and he would jump off the balcony.
Was that through the front door that we came in?
This is the back
through,
door.
or
This is like the back door balcony.
okay.
Rogar, if you could go get those two, I'll start working on the teleportation circle. And I'll...
I sigh.
Rogar, you look over, you see them running down like the beach that goes on as far as you can see, and you just see Crane just like on all fours running, and Sage is like just chasing after him, screaming horrible vulgarities.
With my
Nice.
wine in one hand, I will touch Rogar and I will dimension door us both in front of them.
Ah. Lovely.
Boots went for a swim.
How close in front of them? Like close enough for me to just be able to like immediately go out and grab
Oh, yeah.
Crane?
Just grab Crane. Yeah, we're literally right there.
Then yeah, I would just grab Crane as soon as we come out.
You're just gonna let her kill me?
As soon as
Maybe.
Sage gets up, I'm just gonna put out my hand, kind of like up against her head, like how like you do with a little kid.
She
As
just
starts-
keeps like swinging the dagger. She can't reach him. She's like, "I'll fucking kill you!"
Amazing.
I'm gonna
Crane's like
lament that I don't
cowering.
have wine.
Crane's like half grappled by you, half cowering behind you, and he's like, "No, no, no!"
I'm gonna grab them both by the back of their collar then, and just hold my arms straight out to my side while walking back. Just lift them.
Takoran, you see Rogar approaching, Crane in one hand, Sage in the other, still like trying to reach over and stab him. And they start making their way over to the teleportation circle.
I'm gonna
I
go
love,
to what?
I love this group, and I'll finish the last line.
Are we killing these people?
No, we're taking them all back with us to the Alliance. We'll decide what to do with them once we're back there.
And I'll take my dagger back.
They're like, "Can we get our luggage?"
No.
No. But you can have the centipedes.
What are we gonna do with the soldiers?
That we're bringing them back with us.
All right.
And when we get back, one of the things I want to do is I'm going to go to them one by one. And can you still do Zone of Truth, Brian?
Nope.
Okay.
But also,
Well,
just because I can, before we left, I made giant centipedes.
He knows they're fake
Like-
now, so he's not
No, no,
freaking
no.
out, but he's still a little uncomfortable.
Actual giant centipedes.
Oh my god!
So he goes, "Psh, those aren't real," until one like pulls him over.
The other guys just watch horrified as he's just getting mauled by the centipede. Help!
Is the centipede actually attacking him, or is it just
No.
like cuddling with him?
Violently cuddling him.
Sure.
It's uncomfortable. It's not consensual.
And technically, there's 10 of them, so they go to everybody.
It's a struggle snuggle.
Actually, technically, I think you have to transform a creature. You can't create
Oh.
him.
That's true.
Aw.
Are there centipedes around?
Probably not on a beach.
Sand
There's,
crabs.
there's probably like some little like sand moths and like maybe like a sand spider or two.
Okay. What are those like super creepy, like beach weird insects?
Very creepy beach insects.
Yeah, they make like little holes and they look awful.
I don't know.
I will look them up.
Okay. So you guys are teleporting back then?
After I get my dagger. Yeah.
Sand fleas?
I don't think so.
And where are we teleporting to?
To the Alliance.
Okay.
We would have mentioned to them that we were going on a mission and we might be bringing back actives.
You guys port back to the Alliance with your 4 half-naked, like swim trunk wearing guard prisoners. Or I guess there's 6 of them now.
Yeah.
And Crane, who's still trying to hide behind Rogar to keep him between her and him and Sage.
And immediately when we arrive, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cast message to Arms Bruster. And I'm going to tell her, I'm going to say in the message, before I tell you the information, I want to warn you that this is going to be surprising, so please do your best to not show any facial expressions if you're in a compromised position. I'll give it a second. We have Sage. She is perfectly safe. We will send you instructions on, we'll try to communicate with you when you can on what our next steps are.
She would just reply and just say thank you.
Okay. Mom deserves to know that her child is safe before we do anything else.
Of course. Kren's gonna go to these Empire soldiers, and he's gonna take them just one at a time and be like, "Who's the Emperor?"
They look confused, like this is a trick question, isn't it?
Like one at a time. Just off to the side so that they don't get to.
Yeah, we would capture them. We would put them all in isolated places, and we would probably go through an interviewing process here, including with Crane.
Yeah, and just who's the Emperor?
One of them would be like, "Do you mean like right now, or like?"
But who? That's just who is the Emperor?
It's the undead conqueror guy.
All right, take that one to jail.
What the fuck?
Next one.
Well, what I would want to do is I would want to ask each of them if how and when they receive contact from the Empire.
So 2 of 6 of them say that they think Elwyn's the Emperor, and the rest say the Gaston Cadron the Conqueror. So I'm assuming those 4 go to jail.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think we need to send any of them directly to jail. We want to interview them all.
But we're gonna interview them all.
Right.
Sure.
Like that's the question that determines whether or not they're gonna go to jail. But we have other questions for them.
So how often and in what manner are they contacted by the Empire?
They all say that they just hear through Crane.
Okay. So nobody, to your knowledge, has been to the location of the beach house other than your group, and there were no plans for anyone to go.
Yeah, that's what they say.
And I would can I do just like a general insight check to see if I can?
Sure.
All right.
I would like to do the same.
I imagine so. We're doing this as a team. Oh, no.
Oh yeah.
I'm asking the questions, you're listening.
They seem honest.
Okay.
So where's Crane? Is Crane in prison?
So, but based on this insight check that I have, also the ones that said that Elwyn was the Emperor, were they telling me that because that's what they thought I wanted to hear, or did they genuinely believe it?
Probably a little bit of both.
Do we feel feel like they would be willing to work with us, or they're just
Rather than be prisoners? Yeah.
But do we feel like we can trust them to not be treacherous?
Probably as much as anyone else.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, these are Empire soldiers. Their loyalties are to the Emperor.
They should be anyway.
Yes, and they are just given instructions. The person who gave them the instructions, in my opinion, is the one who's at fault here. And quite frankly, I would like a world where we can trust these 6 to now be in charge of guarding the Emperor while he's here, when we can't be here.
We know for sure that 4 of them can't be trusted, because they said Gaston was the true Emperor.
But, I mean...
They never said true Emperor.
They never... Yeah, what they said was, who's currently sitting on the throne?
Well, I just said, who is the Emperor?
Well, technically, he's the one who's sitting on the throne right now. Like...
Yeah.
I, as a person, can intellectually understand that he's kind of the Emperor right now because he's in charge of it, but that doesn't make me a traitor.
Right. So I guess if I modify the question, who is the true Emperor?
Who's the rightful Emperor?
Yeah.
Who do you think should be the Emperor, and where do your loyalties lie?
And does the question fall the same?
All 4 of them say that Elwyn is the true Emperor.
Really?
Yep.
And with Kryn's 27 insight,
They're telling the truth.
Okay.
They're just like, yeah, man, we just serve that guy because he's crazy, undead, powerful magic.
Are you well? This should be some relief then.
Disobeying him is death. Yeah.
And we understand that you all were just foot soldiers, and you were all just doing orders.
So what are you gonna do with us now?
That remains to be seen, but it's better than it would have been.
So we're going to prison now, or what?
It's complicated, because
I think that'll be up to more than just me.
We're in the Alliance.
Where
right
are we
now.
going right now after this conversation?
Why do you care?
I
I
imagine.
just want to know what's going on.
Where's the Emperor right now?
He'd probably just be at the Citadel.
Okay. And are we doing these interviews in where are we? Where do we have these people?
You'd be doing them in Fort Guard, which is their prison.
Okay. Well, can we summon the Emperor? Is that possible?
It would take him a little while to get over there, but
Sure.
yeah. What's Jarsali and Rogar doing with Crane while that's happening?
Talking about books.
Okay, yeah. So you guys would lead him into Fort. Is he locked up in Fort Guard? I'm assuming he's not just like in a room.
I would assume, yeah, we would lock him up for sure.
Yeah, he'd talk to you about the book, and he'd be like, "Can I get some little clothes here? I'm in my swimming shorts, and they're very wet."
No, and I'm gonna keep talking about the book.
Just no, and then just like not even skipping a beat.
All right, well, I'm not wearing wet clothes, and he'll just get nude and sit there pouting.
Doesn't bother me. Pout away.
He looks offended.
I'm just reading my book while they're talking about a different book.
And where is Sage right now?
In a different room than.
Would she be
Crane.
in a prison cell in Fort Guard, or would
No.
this is a prison? Like, where would you guys take her?
I think Boots would maybe go wandering with her. Try to calm her down.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
what kind of
Crane
trouble
with
can Sage
ourselves.
and Boots get
Oh,
into
man.
wandering? around
Right?
the city?
They'll be
This-
fine.
This was this was the biggest mistake we've made in the whole campaign.
I'll message you, Thomas.
She takes you to a very, very nice shopping district. It's very fine. It's very refined. It's not like the fish market from before. This is like a place of craftsmen and businessmen. And she is aggressively weapon shopping, and nothing is suiting her needs. Every weapon she inspects, she goes, "Nope, not right." Goes through to like an axe. No, that won't do. Next weapon. She's just going through weapon after weapon aggressively, completely ignoring you.
Which, by the way, when we were there at the beach house, one of the things we probably would have done is looked for Crane's stash, because I'm sure he got paid a lot for this.
You could ask him, but if you can make an investigation check if you want.
It's in the bank. That's where it is.
Yeah, that's probably my guess too. 15.
Yeah, no, yeah, he tells you, and he would tell you, and you don't find anything. He'd tell you that he only gets the money when the job's done, so that way he can't just take the money and run away.
What was the rest of the job?
Just keep her there until dismissed.
Boots is
Alright.
gonna tell Sage that she thinks that probably the best thing is to go get a drink.
She just goes, "Yes, you can bring me a drink. Are this all the spears you have?"
And then Boots just starts pushing her towards
Make a persuasion
bar.
check.
She's not saying anything. She is just pushing her.
Yeah, make a persuasion check to see if she resists. She looks around. She goes, "We're in Straighton, aren't we? Boots, have you checked out the racetrack? There's all types of strange, furry, beautiful, adorable animals that are at the racetracks. You can go pet
Oh,
them."
she's playing you so hard.
Oh, okay, so
Wow.
let's go. And then Boots will grab her hand and start
Yes,
dragging her.
Let's go quickly. Make a perception check. She's gonna try to stealth away at some point. Oh god, I haven't used Sage's character sheet in a hot minute. Give me a second. I gotta find it.
While you're doing
But
that one,
also, whatever she rolls, subtract a d6 from it.
Where is
when
she?
Decorin and Crane come back into the room, I would hand Decorin a note asking him, did Crane execute anyone this time?
Not yet.
You see a little look of surprise.
I'll,
What are you so-
I'll return the look of surprise, kind of like, I know, right?
What's that about? What are you two looking so surprised for?
Oh,
Nobody's gonna comment on naked Crane when you come in the room.
Oh,
you guys see Crane standing there aggressively naked. He's just like making eye contact with everyone. He's like, "Is no one gonna get me some clothes?"
So
No.
Boots
Boots, you have a death grip on holding her hand, and she cannot get away. And you drag her to the racetrack and start inspecting all the animals there.
Don't you have a fursuit?
Was Sage telling
Persona.
the truth about the animals at the racetrack?
Yeah, there's all types of animals there. There's horses. There's racing wargs, which are like giant wolves that are like very thin and lithe. Racing dogs. Some type of strange like panthers. There's all types of like pretty cool racing animals.
Racing displacer beasts.
Yeah, stuff like that. And you're not allowed to pet them, but you can go look at them.
What do you mean I'm not allowed to pet them?
There's no such thing as an animal that Boots is not allowed to pet.
Are they gonna like stop me and
There's
try?
there's like a wire mesh cage between you and all of them.
They
you know
can
who I
try.
They can certainly try.
And Sage is just telling you the whole time, like, come on, Boots, Boots, you gotta let go of my hand. Boots, come on. Boots, please.
I think we're gonna go try and pet that one.
Boots, okay, Boots, please, you're hurting my hand. Boots. And then
She does not let go.
we cut back to you guys in a standoff with Crane.
Naked Crane. So our soldiers, formerly your soldiers, but our soldiers told us that you were the only one that got any contact from the Empire.
Yep, sounds right.
So what was that whole business of trying to convince us to kill them? The only person they're going to contact is you.
Well, once they contact me, and if I don't respond or I don't respond satisfactorily, they will contact the guards.
This is true. And what are we going to do about this?
I don't know. I'm your prisoner. This is your problem now. I don't care.
Oh, you should.
Nope, I've already lost all my money. Life has no luster anymore.
Excellent. Well, now I don't feel just about recommending we
I want to insight check him.
Sure.
19.
The thought of him losing whatever massive payment he was about to get has led him into a deep depression. He's in like a reckless state of mania.
Does he actually care if he dies?
Probably deep down, but not right now in his manic, reactionary moment. Like, if he sat down and thought about it calmly, he'd be like, yeah, of course I don't want to die. But right now he's like, fuck it, I don't care. I don't have any money.
I lost all my money. Just kill me. This guy.
You know, Crane. This can go a few different ways, and some of them end up with a happily ever after for you, and some of them end in just a few minutes.
Make a persuasion check.
$13.
He's like, whatever, what do you want?
It's not what I want, it's what do you want? Do you want to live?
I guess, whatever.
So do you want to do what it takes to live?
Depends what it is. How much effort is it?
Not very much.
What is it? Tell me.
You just need to lie.
Yeah, that's fine. I lie all the time.
I know.
I will lie for you, but I'll need clothes immediately.
First, you must answer me one question.
What is your question?
What do you think the author was trying to say when he was talking about Cameron's frame of mind in Chapter 3?
Well, the point is that we never really hear Cameron's frame of mind. The whole story is told through Sylvia's perspective. So, of course, when we reference Cameron's frame of mind, it's only through Sylvia's perspective. We don't actually know what he thinks about the Vanguard, the whole story.
Get this man some pants.
Oh, I think that's a good point to end it. I think we've won him to our side, and he gets pants, and we're good.
Alright, so you're gonna tell them what they want to hear when they message you. And if you don't, you know that we can find you wherever.
Yeah, that's fine. What do you want me to tell them?
Well,
We want you to tell them what they want to hear.
Well, they check in. Serena vamps over every 3 or 4 days to check in.
Does she actually go look at Sage?
At least,
Or she...
well, she pops into the beach house and makes sure everything's okay. I don't think she ever actually checked on the child, but I saw her last time.
when is she due to vamp in again?
It's not a set schedule. She vamped in on the 2nd and 5th day, so yesterday, the day before you arrived, and a few days before that.
You know, this gives me a thought.
Does she come alone?
Yes, I suspect that it's probably a projection of herself and not really her. or some type of weird transform thing. I've seen wizards do that.
Yeah, those damn wizards are tricky.
Where do you know where your beach house was located?
I tried to figure it out a few times. I think it was probably on the Bay of Feathers somewhere.
So, Thomas, would I know, was that within 500 miles of the capital?
Oh, likely not.
Okay, then I know it can't be a literal projected image.
It was
spell, at
probably her
least.
simulacrum.
Okay.
Or, alternatively, she just transports to a nearby island and then projects herself from that nearby island.
That could be it too.
That's what I would do.
We could try to set a trap for her, but I don't think that that's going to work. And long term, if she's bamfing in there, then we can't just simply lie to them and have Crane just respond via message spell. Eventually, it's going to be found out that they're guarding it anymore.
I think we should have these conversations are not within Crane's earshot.
Sure.
Sure.
So here's a thought. We can know when she bamps in. As soon as she bamps in, we can try to scry on her and see if she's isolated. Because if she's projecting an image, we could hypothetically teleport directly onto her.
Sure, if she's doing what I suggested, she's probably doing.
Exactly.
If we have teleport via plants available, we can teleport to a tree that's near her.
Well, I can try to just straight teleport to her, but it's less.
It's a
likely to be
gamble.
successful than teleport via plants.
But we would actually need a little bit of a window for when she teleports in. So we might actually have to convince Crane and the guards to act like everything's normal, but we would just be somewhere nearby to see when she vamps in.
I don't even necessarily think we need that, because when she bamps in, she's not gonna she's gonna look around a little bit.
I could pretend to be Sage.
All I'm saying is, if we're just sitting there,
Oh, no.
yeah, we'll need to be close enough to see when she bamps in, but
Correct.
not be seen.
Correct. I think we can do all of those things without having to need anybody else.
But
Well,
if
and
she
Decorn
bamps in
could
there
technically-
and nobody's there, then she's gonna know something's up instantly.
So
Right,
Decorn could make everybody. He could use seeming to make us look like the guards,
Oh,
Crane can
I
still be
love
himself.
it.
and then if Crane wants to be Sage, it'll all look normal, but we'll still be there.
That's true.
I love it.
We should have Crane there with us, though.
Why?
Because he might know things that we don't know.
Mm.
I mean, to be fair, we only need a few seconds well, not a few seconds, but a short amount of time to try to determine if she's close enough to physically get to her. Assuming she could even be scryed upon. Which is also a very strong possibility she can't be scryed upon anyway.
Well, we're assuming that this is not her.
Correct. But I think we're thinking something like this. She sends a project image. We're hoping she's nearby-ish enough to do project image, right? So whilst that's going on, we cast scrying to try to determine where she actually is. And then teleport.
10 minutes is a pretty long window.
Yeah, it is.
We'll ask Crane how long she usually has stayed when she's come to check in.
She stayed for a little while, talked about the glory of the risen emperor, went on a weird manic rant about removing restrictions on her research now that there's a real ruler. Probably took 15-20 minutes, but she was also in a bit of a... It was right after the event happened, so she was a little excited. I suspect she would stay for a shorter amount of time, usually.
How
Can you convince?
How long
Can
do
you
think
convince her?
Yeah, how long do you think you could stall her for?
I don't know. I'd have to invent some problem for her to solve or something.
Can you do that?
Yeah, probably.
How much were they going to pay you?
Haha, I never discuss business with my friends.
Well, and first of all, we're not friends. Second of all, if you want to try to get some kind of compensation for your participation in this, consider it a business negotiation.
I mean, you read about not being friends with her. She stabbed you in the leg earlier, don't you remember?
I considered that a friendly squabble.
I mean, we're not enemies either yet.
I was promised a comfortable amount of money as well as some information I'd been looking for.
Information?
Well, we've since I've been in your company, we've spoke often about these lycanthrope. The word escapes me. These.
Oh, friend Hulk?
Oh, well, not such that. Nofrenhulk is a great lycanthrope ancient that is overtaken by a horrible curse.
I know what a Dolphin Hulk is.
Yes, I wouldn't seek to reach such power that I was in danger of being cursed, but I wouldn't mind sharper teeth and longer claws. And now that the Order of Azure has no ethical limits on their experiments under the new Emperor, that is something they were willing to assist me with.
A funny thing about that, the Order of Azure doesn't exist anymore.
I heard something about that, but as long as Serena and Arbrar still breathe and take breaths, the Order exists. Not all of the Empire's mages were in the Order. You forget there is the Runesmith College, the Battle Mage Academy, all within the capital city of the Empire. They will simply need to teach the new initiates personally, since their tutors have been eliminated. The Order is dead, but it will not stay that way forever. I'm convinced of it.
You make a good point. The Order is a people, not a place.
They just need new mages. And there are plenty of mages in the Empire. They will just have to loosen their vetting process a little, perhaps.
They have a lot of rebuilding to do.
Well, the thing about being undead is you have all the time you need, yes?
I suppose so. But then again, Serena isn't undead, is she?
From what I hear, she's working on it.
She was.
From what we hear, she's not anymore.
Interesting.
Well, I think we're going to leave you to consider what it is that you want from us to get your full cooperation.
Money.
I figured as much.
Let's call it 500 gold a minute that you need me in the beach.
I prefer a flat rate you could stall.
3,000 gold pieces, and I'll come up with your lie.
2,500.
Make a persuasion check. 3,500.
2,500, and we won't re-imprison you when the mission's done.
Come with Sally. We bonded over this book, and now I feel like you are manipulating our close friend.
I'll point my gun at his face and say,
You did that earlier. I don't care.
2,500 gold, and you get to keep the back of your head where it is.
I'll even return your staff to you.
Fine.
Excellent.
Where's the little one? She's always nice to me.
Oh, that was being nice.
We cut to Boots, by the way, who has convinced the racetrack that she is the new intern, and is. They're training her how to like feed and scoop poop and stuff, and Sage is just so upset.
Regretting what she ever did. Why did I tell Boots about this place?
I can't believe you're this strong. God, my arm.
And then she looks and realizes that only Boots' arm from like the elbow down is actually a bear.
Enhance ability, bear strength.
Or maybe in Boots' case, she actually turns into a bear.
That's fair.
Why not?
Turns to a kangaroo, put Sage in her pouch.
Ouch.
It's like this gorilla arm. Just grrr.
Also, Boots is absolutely going to try and run that racetrack at some point. Not like run it, but like be in charge of it.
If Gray needs
So-
some extra money, we could just have him transform and run it himself.
It's true.
We can drug some of the animals and increase my odds of winning.
So you think we can try and set this trap for Serena tonight?
I do, but I do think there's one other thing to consider is Mom Arms Bruster. She's not going to be able to stay as a double agent.
Yeah, she's gonna need to.
So we need to coordinate with her when she needs to get the hell out of there, and which I think is frankly better anyway. If she is providing stability and
Removing that'll help.
removing
mean,
that
it
will
would-
help, right?
It wouldn't be as good as her going around convincing people to rise up against Helbrim, but
Correct.
that's
her,
inherently way more dangerous.
her just disappearing when she's the one calming everybody is and should have an effect of some kind.
We could probably
Absolutely.
We could probably teleport to her keep when she tells us it's safe, and then just teleport her back here.
We've all
do
been
that.
there.
Yeah, Kryn especially.
God.
Kryn's super familiar with her keep.
I've been there as many times as you guys have.
I know.
Look, whether that's true or not, it's really the joke that keeps on giving.
It really is.
Whether that's true or not.
Thomas, I need to find another character in this game to be Kryn's girlfriend, please.
Actually, do you think that that's something that Nadali would be willing to do? Just a quick
Be Kryn's
teleport?
girlfriend?
No, no. Awesome.
Kryn would rather date Nadali than Arms Bruster.
Just to teleport to Arms Bruster and just bring her back here.
It's like, all right, we need someone to make a sacrifice. Who is dating Kryn?
So, damn.
Oh shit.
Should we get her out now, you think? Pull the plug?
No, I think if we get her out now, they get suspicious.
Hmm.
So I think we have to time it with
Like as soon as we take Serena out or try our thing on
as soon as
Serena.
the stuff with Serena starts happening, it's time to get her out.
And
Like,
maybe,
it should be a
maybe
simultaneous.
we can set the trap and try to spring it, and we can message Nadali, and at the same time, Nadali can go in and get Arms
And get
Bruster
her out. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Would
Yeah.
Nadali be willing to do that, Thomas?
I'm sorry, one more time.
So we're gonna
set
try
this
to-
trap for
yeah.
Serena.
Yeah, okay, I'm caught up with that.
While we're doing that, we want Nadali at the same time to teleport into the city where we've arranged for Armsbruster to be somewhere safe and secure, that she can then teleport her back to the Alliance.
It's something you could try, yeah?
Would Nadali be willing to do that? 'Cause it's a little risky. It's not super risky, but
Yeah, sure, should give it a try.
okay. We can get Armsbruster back at least. Okay, well. Shall we then?
Yes. So how what are the logistics? So we're bringing Crane with us.
We're bringing Crane. We're gonna do the seaming,
So everybody else looks like an Empire soldier.
Yep.
and I'm gonna look like Sage.
Except Boots. Boots is gonna have to be somewhere else. I mean, she could still look like an Empire soldier, but she's gonna need to be somewhere where she can discreetly cast scrying.
But she can actually just like, I mean, yeah, she could make herself an animal and go outside of the thing and then just do it from outside somewhere, kind of a.
Why do we need to have her scrying
So our
at the
theory
same
is,
time?
so our theory is that when Serena comes to check on this island, she's not coming herself. She's using project image of herself. and that she's actually on a nearby island because you have to be within a certain amount.
You have to be within
500 miles.
So why don't we think that she's just sending a simulacrum?
Because we killed her simulacrum.
Because we did kill
But
her
you can have
simulacrum.
more than one.
No,
Sure,
you can
but
only have one simulacrum. Well,
Oh, and it's only
She could have made another one though.
She could have, but it would have taken 12 hours, and we killed it. We
like a day and a half,
Yeah,
Not-
so
Not that long ago.
it
yeah.
is possible. It's true.
but unlikely. It's a calculated. Unlikely.
Yeah, I would say it's unlikely.
So if she's nearby to use project image, we're going to try to use scrying to locate where she actually is, and then teleport to there.
With transport via plants.
Yeah, or teleport if we don't have a plant nearby.
But either way, it's going to be up to Crane to have to try to get into some kind of conversation with Serena to try to stall while this is going on.
I mean, we can honestly just have like Boots sitting in a bush outside of the house or something, and we just message her, "Okay, scry now."
Yeah, it's go time. Or we could have her. Yeah, we could have her hidden anywhere.
Right.
Just nearby enough so that we can all group
Within
up and teleport.
120 feet, so I can message her or send a cast message.
I appreciate just boots in a bush scrying somewhere.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. A boots in a bush is worth 2, and I don't know. Never mind. Let's go ahead and do it.
A bird in the hand is worth boots in the bush.
Yeah.
So how many guards will there
I feel
be?
like that's insulting.
Well, there
gonna-
were
I don't
6.
I
Or
don't know if
6.
it is or not.
And there's going to be 4 now. No,
We could
3
take,
now.
We could take 2 of the guards.
We could take 3 of the actual guards.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I mean, is she really gonna like specifically count? We can't just say like 2 of them are out swimming.
Here's your guys' beach house map, by the way.
I mean-
She's very smart. I don't want to give her any reasons to be suspicious.
Oh, and there's
Yeah.
also not enough to notice that there are some missing. There's only 6.
Right.
I feel like the more people we have that are not actually truly aligned with us, the more that if it gets into like serious, trouble, that we would have to deal with them too. Not that they wouldn't potentially be easier to deal with, but it's like the less that we have to deal with, the better.
Is
I think
is this the next day or the same day?
I think
Same
it would,
day.
same day. Going to go back. I would say we'd take the 3 guards, and I would offer them each 100 gold pieces each if we're successful.
Sure. And how are you guys getting back? Because Boots is tapped.
Oh, I could teleport this now.
Okay.
Now that we've been there,
Cool.
I haven't burned any of my high level stuff.
I mean, I technically could have done it 2 more times.
Yeah.
I would have just had to upcast it, which,
That's probably what we should do because we're not super familiar with it. We don't have any items from the place.
Sure.
So it's not 100% that we teleport back there.
I mean, you guys were there for a while. You're pretty familiar with it.
True.
I mean, if you want to roll it, then sure, cast.
I guess you don't know exactly where it is.
I think we do teleport with plants, and then the first thing I'll do when I get there is I'll pick up a seashell off the floor.
It's
or
worth
something.
noting. There's no reason to think that that she's gonna pop in today.
Right away.
Like it
Right,
might not happen today.
Sure, we should be ready for
It
it.
might even be a few days.
We'll be
Sure.
ready for it, but yeah,
you guys,
we got.
you guys are gonna have to spend a few days in this beach house.
Oh
That's
no!
fine. No, it's
The drama.
terrible.
The
did
thing is, how-
anybody, did we go there now? Because did anybody go get Boots and Sage? Because they're just like literally rampaging across the
Oh,
race.
Sage.
yeah,
We could bring
we're gonna
Sage
go-
with us.
we're
Sage
gonna
would
go-
probably love to do this.
Well, she might, yeah.
So then we'll take the 2 guards that we are the most sure of.
Do we trust her to just not try to kill Crane?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, never mind. We're not bringing Sage. We're bringing 3 guards.
I still don't know why we need to bring 3 guards though.
Because Azure
'Cause
Serena's too smart.
I mean, we could just say they're in a different room.
Sure.
But then if she goes to look, I don't know.
Virgo would hand note saying that I think that we should stay away from her as much as possible in case she has true sight to be able to see through seeming.
Mm-hmm. Although I don't know if her project image would be able to do that.
We
Her
should
projected-
we should make sure to keep at least one of our mages within like 60 feet of her, so if she does try to teleport away, we can counterspell it.
Mhm.
If it is
And we
her.
should also not be close to one another.
But
So-
but we do all have to be ready to teleport via plants if we hear from Boots that this is an illusion. So
Yep.
then the guards that we still have there could maybe still be around, so it doesn't look like we all just suddenly there's no more guards there. Everybody's just disappeared.
Yeah.
Because the 5 of us are going to have to teleport via plants or teleportation, whatever, to wherever Serena is if she's actually not there. If that makes sense.
How long does your illusion spell last?
Seeming lasts for 8 hours, so I would
Okay.
just have to recast it a few times.
You would have to cast it hypothetically 3 times a day
Yeah,
to keep it going for 24 hours. Because she could show up while we're sleeping over there. So
right.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so we teleport to Beach House.
Yep.
Then we
Does
teleport
Boots
to
have
beach.
to sleep in the bush?
Okay, I need to know who's seeming who's casting what, who's marking off spell slots
I'm seeming the 5 of us
as guards.
as guards.
No,
I am shape-shifting, glamour armoring to look like Sage.
Okay,
So I
So
guess
4
the
of us.
4 of us. Yeah, I'll see.
and the guards are just the guards.
And the guards are just the guards.
right.
Okay,
And Boots is sleeping in a bush outside.
Correct.
We could set you up with the nicest bush.
is Scarf
He's-
coming, or is he going to be left alone? Because if that takes a few days, do we want Scarf alone for a few days, or is Scarf going to come?
He'll stay with Sage, actually.
Where is Sage staying?
Or
In the
the
basement.
Emperor. The Emperor is probably pretty familiar with Scarf by now.
Probably in the Citadel with the Emperor. Yeah.
Okay, so Sage would insist on coming along. She would not be like, "No, I'm coming. You can't stop me."
Well, we could just not
Not
let her come
teleport
through
her.
the teleportation thing.
She'd be
Well-
like, "That I will escape here, and I will go back to the Empire, and I will kill Crane myself."
Look,
Or like,
look, you can't kill Crane. I'm sorry. I know.
Yeah.
I understand how you feel, but you
Look.
can't. You actually. I do understand how you feel. I know what it's like to be detained. It's not fun, but listen, it's just part of this whole political situation. He didn't. It's not personal. He didn't.
She's like,
do
"I don't
this.
care." So she's throwing a full-fledged like fucking tantrum.
You
like, if she
killing
doesn't take her.
Crane could be directly connected to killing your mother.
Make a persuasion check.
Without Crane, we may not be able to save your mother.
I feel like you should get advantage on that, but you don't need it.
Actually,
She will very poutedly stay.
That's a really good point. If we're not able to like do anything to Serena now and she knows that Sage is gone and that we have her,
Well,
isn't that
that's
putting
That's
That's-
why we have
that's-
Nadali on standby. I'm gonna send a
yeah.
sending spell to Nadali to let her know that Serena's here. And the minute Serena comes here, Nadali's gonna teleport to somewhere where
Hopefully.
well, I'll have to send a couple of sending spells while that's going on. So I'm
I'm
probably
sure-
gonna be posted somewhere outside.
I think Nadali could message Armsbuster herself.
Sure.
They could
Right.
work out the
Get
logistics.
somewhere secure. I'm coming to you. Yeah. So she's. she
It's
can
also
handle that.
not feasible for you guys to always be seeming unless you're just recasting it all the time.
I can.
Okay, so
Yeah,
It
it's
lasts
a
for 8 hours, so I can do it 3 times a day. 2 5th level spells and then 1 6th level spell.
okay.
We just every 8 hours, the 4 of us get together. I cast it, and then we spread back out.
All right.
So we do. We always look like guards.
So is Boots just living in the bush outside for as long as this takes?
Basically.
apparently?
Boots likes bushes.
Rogar will be outside a lot.
Well,
I think Boots wants to play on the beach.
Fine. I mean,
I feel like every once in a while.
You don't have to be
Yeah,
out
just-
there. You just when she shows up, you're gonna have to go somewhere discreetly to scry.
just every once in a while you guys are like relaxing on the couch, drinking wine, you're just gonna look out and Boots is gonna have like her face pressed against the window. Just like, wouldn't it be nice?
Like, oh man,
be
she's
inside.
oh man, she's pouting again.
Kroger gets up, walks over, about to open up the door, closes the blinds.
Closes the curtains.
Rogar can totally finish reading his book while we're doing this.
Oh, that's
Absolutely.
true.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would be doing that the entire time.
Rogar finishes the Book of Manual Fitness and gains 2 to his strength score.
Hot.
Yes, 28 now.
It's not
28.
28. There's no fucking way it's 28.
Yeah,
What is it really?
22.
22.
20,
But when you get to
24 if I
level,
drink my potion.
when you get to level 20, though, it could be 26.
Yeah, I'll have to talk to Thomas about that too, just make sure.
So that's got to be how it is. It goes up by 4, and the max goes up by 4. That's
For what?
Well, it says at level 20, it says my strength and con score increases by 4, and my maximum for the scores is now 24.
Yeah, so the most it can go up to is 24.
So
but the manual specifically says it can go up by 2 more.
Yeah,
manual
but the manual buff happened before.
So maybe you ought to not finish the manual.
No, it can go up to 26. That's stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Because hypothetically, if you waited until you were level 20, if you got
you
1
could do
hour
it.
1 hour away from finishing the manual,
What do you mean
You
1
can
hour?
still-
30 seconds away.
That's true.
right?
Well, except I have to do all 48 hours reading within a 6-day
Within a
period.
60
too.
period. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Either way.
anyway, you wait till level 20, and then you can have. If you don't wait, it's 24. If you do wait, it's 26. That's silly.
The spirit of the rule is that it should be able to go up to 26. Besides, Rogar with a strength of 26 is awesome.
Hulk smash.
Yes. It's awesome. All right, so how many days does this? How many? I would say maybe we do 3 days and then reconvene.
Reevaluate.
Yeah.
Sure.
Does she come in 3 days?
Let's see.
I'm going to be stationed probably, out front.
Oh, well, on the 3rd day, well, you guys are. I'm assuming you guys would be just like around. You're not just sitting in the same place, right?
No.
Yeah,
I'd be
We're
at
we're talking to the
trolling.
guards. Talking to the guards about what they did and try to emulate that. I think.
Boots is pouting in her bush.
I'd probably be on the balcony where those 2 guards were the first time we came.
On the 3rd day, you guys would hear Crane call out, and he'd go, "The Lady Serena just messaged me that she is going to be visiting soon."
What'd you tell her back?
How soon?
I didn't reply yet.
Well, tell her that we're ready.
Okay.
And then maybe Boots should start trying to scry on her now.
Yeah, Boots can start.
I'll cast message there. Not message, just message the cantrip to let Boots know to start trying to scry.
So you're gonna scry on her?
I would say all of us should be ready to move towards Boots.
I'm gonna ask Crane real quick. When she visited before, did she give you the heads up?
Oh yes.
Okay, just want to make sure nothing is out of the weird.
Where did she appear?
She just appeared outside.
All right.
Okay, well then I would actually then be closer to the back, and we would have the guards up front escort her in because we don't want.
This is the front up here, the north.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. So she has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Well, it would take 10 minutes, so I don't know how long it'll take her to appear after she sends the alert.
And I would say that you know her well, so she'll have a -5. Because you met her on and off for the better part of a year.
Yeah.
For me? For my scrying?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Do I have
she has to make a wisdom save.
Oh.
Can you omen it?
Wow.
I can. Let's
So that's a
see.
-5 to that. So that's a 19. So if you omen it, you get it. right? Because your DC is 19.
Oh, I think
Nope.
it's 18.
It
Okay.
is 18.
Needed a 6, basically.
Needed
Yep.
a 2. Needed anything but a 1.
Try it again.
Well, hang on. Let me read it. What happens?
No, once you succeed on scrying, that's it. That's it for 24 hours.
On a successful save, the target isn't affected and you can't use the spell for 24 hours.
Well, that sucks.
Message Armsbuster or Nadali.
What a roll.
Whatever.
Yeah. We're going to attack whoever shows up, and yeah, if that's an illusion, then that's an illusion.
And if it's a simulacrum, then she's really
Actually, yeah, she just barely makes it because it would have been a +5, and I got it down to a, which would have made it a 23. No, because my spell save DC is 18 plus 5. Yeah, I needed a 2.
Yeah. You needed it too. Yeah.
Rip.
Yep.
That's a
Yep.
bummer.
Could Jacorin just send a message to Isaac Crane to try and touch the illusion of Serena, see if it actually is an illusion before we go in an all-out attack?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. If that's not an illusion, and that's actually her, it absolutely matters.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why we just attack it.
Fair.
Because whether or not it's an illusion, we're, yeah.
Well, but if she could just come in, Isaac Crane will just say everything's good, then she just leaves without knowing anything's wrong. If we tag her, she definitely knows something's wrong.
His job is to stall her.
Though, to be fair, if we had known that I was going to do scrying, I probably would have seen if I could have gotten a picture of her. Because I would know that.
Picture of her from though.
Like a book?
There's no books of her. She's part of the Illuminati.
Could we have had Kryn transform into her and then draw on a picture?
Absolutely. I've seen her before. I could transform into her and be a likeness.
You could do a painting.
I feel like it's too retconny.
I know, I'm sorry.
Well,
I was just thinking these were things we would have known ahead of time.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an element to the spell because I've played a cleric exactly once in my life.
No, yeah, I'm trying to see where this is in the spell.
It's fine.
I'm sorry.
It just doesn't work. No, it's fine. It's not your fault. It's just that's how the dice roll.
That damn dice's fault.
Yeah.
Well,
I think we just try to pass it off as a visit and let her go. See if she'll think something's wrong.
It's true. We could just, if she doesn't think there's anything wrong, we could just try again.
That's what I was saying. And just have
be like, somebody get some hair of hers.
At the same time, though, we still need to get Armsbuster out of there regardless, just in case.
Jacorin can't stay here all week. He's got downtime things to do.
and not just that, is like
if we pull Armsbuster out, then they know. Like, there's no reason for them to keep Sage if Armsbuster's gone.
That's correct, but
Look,
the thing is
we would have talked about this beforehand. We would have talked about if we could scry or if it failed, because we know it can. And
the thing is,
I think the only plan there is to attack the illusion in case it's actually her. We know it's probably not, but in case it is. And then at the same time, Nadali goes ahead and gets Armbruster out, no matter what.
Better yet, doesn't Kryn have True Sight, which would see through the illusion?
I do. Where is she?
Well, you guys have been having this conversation before any of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna move.
You guys let me know when you're done planning, and then we're not gonna be able to retcon it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move to over here so that I can see, because I'm assuming she's landing right out front, so that I can see her, and if I can see her and be able to tell if she's an illusion or not.
So
then one of us would have to be out there too, because
obvious.
Yeah, because if she's gonna see through Kryn's illusion, possibly, then one of us need to be there to counterspell.
And I think obviously, if she isn't an illusion, obviously we're just attacking her.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
which would mean I wouldn't be back here either. We would be.
And what my concern is is if she is an illusion and we just kind of let her go, not knowing it, we're not going to know if she buys it one way or the other, and so we have to pull Arms Buster out because we don't know if she'll be safe or not.
We know that we're pulling Arms Twister out one way or the other once this
Oh, yeah, I
happens.
think she just goes out regardless.
So as soon as this would have started, I would have sent a message to Nadali that this is about to happen. If you could tell Armsbuster to get prepared to get to somewhere safe where you can get her out, and I'll send you a message when it's time to, actually get her out. And just for sake of me knowing how many 5th level spells, what time of day are we doing this? So I know how many seemings I've used.
This would be, let's see.
Roll a d24.
Huh.
3 in the morning.
Okay.
So some of you are actually probably asleep. I'm going to be honest.
But, I mean, it depends on how long it... I mean, imagine we all would have woken each other up and...
Oh yeah, Crane would have gone around waking everyone up saying that she was coming.
Yeah. Look alive. But I probably wouldn't have gotten a long rest, so I would probably have had to use all my seemings at this point.
We probably would have made sure that you slept first because you're burning so many spell slots.
But 3 a.m., I'm getting woken up in the middle
He's
of the
not getting
night.
them back.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. If you go
It
to
just means I'm out of 5th and 6th level spells. It's okay.
a long rest is considered 6 hours.
No, it's 8.
Pretty sure it's 6.
It doesn't matter. It's fine. I'm giving on that one point. It doesn't make a difference for this.
I think if you went to bed at like 9.
I don't think he was going to bed at 9.
Long rest is 8 hours, during
not
which
that
a
old.
character sleeps for at least 6.
It's 8 hours.
Okay.
It's 8 hours with a group of at least 6 people because everyone has to do a 2-hour watch. It's usually 10 hours, so that everyone can sleep 8.
Okay.
So anyway, and then I would just make sure that I'd probably be out here with Kryn then.
Yeah, I think basically we have to have a signal worked out with Kryn. Is she real or is she not? And then that determines what we do.
The signal is I'm going to shoot her if she's.
Okay, fair enough. How far away do you have to be?
30
You
feet.
You want to make sure she gets within counterspell range of one of us before you shoot her.
That's why I'm out here.
Yeah, I'll be right here.
I'm gonna be ready with counterspell at 7th and 8th level. And once everyone hears the gunfire, then come on out. I think this soldier should probably go back inside.
Yeah, he's gonna die.
Well, he's greeting her.
Oh,
Isn't he?
that's true. He's the greeter. I'm gonna tell him to run like hell once he. All right, are we all ready?
I'm ready.
Are you wanting to be that far away?
Well, I guess not. I was kind of thinking I'll be right there.
I don't know.
Where is she supposed to appear?
60.
You don't know.
Oh,
Somewhere
okay.
in the front.
I
Well,
wasn't
that's why-
sure.
Yeah.
What if she appears in my bush?
Well, then your
That'd be
scrying will be
unfortunate.
unsuccessful.
That's true.
A little while goes by, and she, in a flash of blue light, you see Azure Serena appear.
Oh, she's already dead.
Oh, she's dead.
Got her.
She's dead. Her dead body emerges out of nowhere.
She became a lich. But she's dead now. She's a lich.
Okay. Is she an illusion?
She doesn't look like an illusion.
With true sight, she does not look like an illusion.
Correct.
I shoot her.
All right, roll initiative.
Awesome.
Oh, it's a bad roll.
Do I get a surprise because she wasn't expecting me to shoot her?
She cannot be surprised.
Oh yeah, we found
Do-
that out last time.
Oh, I suppose I don't get to go first then.
Unfortunately not.
You would think that one shot would kick off combat, though.
Well, she can't be surprised, so she would see
Him raising up his
him
gun.
Him
Yeah,
raising
raising
his
the gun.
gun.
Ah. I love it.
That's a shame that I rolled less than her. I had
And
a plan.
wild boots appears from the bush.
I guess Crane will roll up here.
You said I was worth a bird. I will prove you wrong.
Are you gonna be worth 2?
Yes.
This is a really well set up trap, by the way, guys. I was not expecting you guys to use the beach house as an ambush, so well done.
Well, and if she was using a simulacrum before, now she can't. So that might explain
Well,
why. If
in
this
3 days, she
If you
could...
guys didn't destroy the Order of Azure, this would be a simulacrum.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Is
She
this,
probably
is
did.
this really her?
Yeah.
Yes!
Well, I was gonna say, so my concern was also that, like, someone else could build a simulacrum of her.
That's
She
true.
didn't have to be the only one making them, so she could
but
literally
It
have.
would take a very high... It was a 7th level capable spellcaster, though. There's not a whole lot of those around.
Well,
And
not
you
just
killed
that.
most of the ones that were around.
I was gonna say, but like we were at the Order of Azure, I'm sure if she wanted multiple simulacrums, she could have ordered people to make them for her.
Yeah.
Except they're all dead now.
Yeah, I guess. There could be multiples of her, but I don't know.
All
Well,
right,
that was
let's do
just my
this.
concern. Anyway, yeah.
Get her boots.
Ah. Oh, it is my turn.
I can't wait to see
I
what
am-
magic items she has.
I
I want her spell book so bad.
am going to cast a 7th level.
Oh, out the
I
gate.
know.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Oh yeah, it's time. Let's go time, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast a 7th level, probably Moonbeam on top of her.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
Really? It's not great, but that's fine. And she misses it. And then I will also take my starry forms. Yeah, I think I'll do dragon and archer.
All right.
Does a 16 hit?
No.
Terrible roll too. Okay. Then that should be my turn.
All right, Rogar.
I'm going to rage and then run up here and just attack her twice with my weapon.
Destroy her. Destroy her.
Recklessly attack, by the way.
All
So
right.
29, 27. Take those both hit.
Those will both hit, even with shield. So 16 plus 14 is 30.
That's it.
She yells out, "Ah! It's a trap! Damn it, damn it!" And you can see just panic in her eyes. She was so not expecting this.
Just like the DM.
Just like the DM.
You know,
Who
Yeah, wrong
prepared
thing
for
is-
everything.
I think as soon as Crane said she visits, I know at least 3 of us had this pretty similar thought at the same time. We can
Oh,
ambush the shit out of her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You and me definitely, and I think Jay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did. I wonder, is this a capture or a kill mission?
Kill.
Kill.
Oh.
And I think
She's a
that's all
wizard.
I'd
She's
go
too
before.
powerful. You're right.
Wizards are too slippery.
Glacial Spike at 8th level.
I think Ursali would go first, though, shouldn't she?
Yeah,
oh,
should we
yes,
next?
100%.
I didn't say it, but can we retconny assume that I would have had my sword ready once Crane said she was coming in? I have to sacrifice or expend a spell slot into my sword,
Sure.
so I will expend a 5th level spell slot. Put that there's it.
We as players got to get better about the retconny stuff.
Right. I mean, but like that would
That's a pretty tiny one.
Yeah, but just in general, we got to get better about it. I
as
feel like.
a
You make your decisions and they stick. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think with earlier, it's just we should have taken more time to prepare instead of just hopping right into it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
As a no, that's not it. Where is it? As a free action, I will use my armor's ability to cast Mirror Image. And then as a bonus action, I will activate my Blade Song. And then I will move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 to right there. And then I will use my attack action to attack with my spell sword. 25 for 14 damage if it hits.
She will cast Shield.
Okay. I will allow her to cast shield.
Actually, would she cast Shield? Yeah, I already said she did it, so she's doing it.
Alright, I will allow her to cast shield. And then, which... No, that's... Did I? And then I will Shocking Grasp her for my second part of the attack.
I'll counterspell her shield.
Don't.
It's gonna be it's gonna be my turn next.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll counterspell it.
All right.
So 14, and then if the 17 hits, the 17.
Uh, 17 hits.
There you go. So 14 and 17. And not that it matters, but she can't take reactions until my next turn.
Yep. I have a question. Is the spell sword a weapon attack or is it a spell attack?
It is a weapon attack because it's a short sword, but it does force damage.
Okay. Okay. Takorn.
Glacial Spike at 8th level.
She can't counterspell it. She has no reactions.
It's true.
Why didn't she already use? Oh yeah, that's right.
So that'll actually be 28 cold damage. And she gets to make a DC 19 Constitution saving throw. Since wizards are known for their Constitution.
Ooh. 50 sharpened damage.
I think it's more than that.
It's 64.
Oh gosh.
And even though it's not very responsible of me, I'm going to use my reaction immediately to Deja Vu. And I'll expend 5 ticks of my timepiece.
I think that's just gonna kill her, dude.
I know.
Exactly.
And so she gets to make a wisdom saving throw or take the exact same amount of damage over again.
Or half as much.
Or half as much on a success, yeah.
Wow, she doesn't even get to go. She gets absolutely fucking rolled. You could pour Summons Force, this icy spike, it slams into her. Just this burst of icy energy explodes. And as she stands in it, barely alive, Takorn clicks his timepiece, and you watch as the shattered ice spike seems to reverse through time, reforming the second before it hits her and slams into her again. And her body, similarly to happen to Taraj, immediately freezes up. She looks around at all of you confused as her body's encased in ice. Just this less than 6 seconds is what the round was since she teleported here to before she was dead. And just this shock on her face as her body shatters into a million pieces of ice.
That's how you wizard.
That was 6 seconds. Less than that.
Boots goes back to sleep in her bush. It's 3 in the morning.
I'll immediately send a message to Nadali. It's go
Get her out.
time. Get her out.
Okay,
Serena
I have to make rolls for Nadali.
Serena is dead.
Splash 1, huh?
Mm-hmm. And then
I'll look through the
stuff.
ice giblets with my with my
The ice
Foot.
giblets.
with my foot to see if there's any goodies that she dropped.
Oh, so many goodies. Let's see,
Yeah.
with advantage.
Only the magic stuff survives, but yes.
nice job, Nadali.
I have to make another roll. Hang on.
Let's hope we don't just trade archmages.
Oh, that would be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
Very unfortunate.
What's this guy?
We have to have a discussion, by the way, about what we're gonna do with Armbruster.
Nadali would say, Armbruster's safe in the Alliance. It was a close one. I could hear Obra coming around the corner.
Oof. Oof.
Wow. Was
What
that a
is-
natural one for Arbrar?
Yep, that was his perception check to find her.
That's amazing.
Otherwise,
Nice.
there would have been a series of rolls, and one of them would have certainly died.
I'm imagining that Nadali would, like, possible that she beats a Brar, but not like.
Probably.
Well, plus you might get reinforcements because it's in his turf.
Sure.
Yeah.
But we also might teleport to where they are too if we knew that something was going down. But I don't
Yeah,
know that
true.
I don't know that we would know that.
The Dolly also has the staff, and if she lost, then Abra would have that staff.
That's true.
But doesn't Takorin have Nadali's backup spell book? I mean, it's an item of hers. You'd be able to teleport directly to her.
That's true. But she sends us a message roughly like 24 seconds later or something saying she's safe and we're good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think-
then we're good.
I think we get out of here, like, now.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, I'll gather everyone. I'll do the. Actually, how many is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's too many for teleport. So.
Yep.
Teleportation circle, or unless you want to transport us back via plants, Boots.
I think there's a number to that too.
I think Boots is sleeping anyways.
That's true. Boots is sleeping.
I will pick up the sleeping boots.
I was gonna pick her up.
Teleportation
for-
circle it
It's
is.
for the duration, so yeah, anyone that could go in one round could go through the
So
tree.
is everybody going?
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's do-
everybody's
let's-
going.
Let's do the tree then, because I'm running out of teleportation reagents.
And we're going back to the Alliance, right?
Yes.
Okay. What tree are we going back to in the Alliance, by the way?
What tree?
Oh, no, we're doing
Uh,
teleportation circle.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought we were doing tree.
Yeah, we're doing.
Oh, no, tree? Oh, my bad.
There's a is there a tree in Fort Guard?
You want to teleport into the prison? Like the prison yard? They're all in the
Yeah.
prison yard.
We
This
would've
tree.
we would have discussed
This
somewhere where to go, I
tree.
imagine.
Sure. Okay. You guys,
This tree.
you emerged at the tree after scooping up all of Serena's goodies.
Wow, that music got intense.
And Crane's like, well, that was much easier than I anticipated. All right, I will be taking my 2,500 gold now, and then I am leaving.
I will.
Before that young girl tracks me down.
That's a good idea. Let's not be on the wrong side again, huh?
Yeah. We'll see how the war goes.
Are you sure you don't want to stay and work for us? There's more coin in it.
There's an assassin chasing me around this town right now, and now that her mom's here, I imagine that she'll order me to death as well. So I got to bounce. But thank you for stealing a fortune from me and humiliating me and ruining my life. I appreciate it. Can I have my gold now so I can leave?
So yeah, I guess we'll each have to kick in 500. I would guess.
Do I have 500 to kick in?
I do not.
I don't have 500.
Oh well, we actually have 800 in the party loot. We can start with that.
I have 230.
I forgot to update back when everything disappeared. I think it was like 1,000 that I put in.
Yeah, I
I don't
figured.
remember.
See, I figured that Jertali was just going to pay that out of the High Elf treasury. No, I'm kidding.
She's been doing that a lot. They're mad at her.
So I do give each of those guards 100 gold pieces though, because I promised them that.
Yeah, I can cover the other.
Okay, so that's 600, right? Yeah,
Well,
600.
if we're doing the
No, it's only
800,
3 go-
if we're doing the 800
3
out of the
would-
party loot, then we need 1,700 more.
340 from everybody.
I don't have that much. I have 230.
Well,
Boots will cover him.
no,
So-
I'll cover him. It's okay. He covered me a while back. I got him. So yeah, I can do 780, no problem.
So you're doing 780. So I think that covers everything then.
How much? Okay, so
So
Crane
I already
is
forget the
2,500.
guards. I paid the guards already. Forget that.
we need to pay 1,700 total. Okay, Decorn's paying 780,
Oh, okay, I got you.
so there's still 920 left.
Okay, so 920 by 4.
920 by 3.
3.
Which is
You're right.
the 340.
It's 230 each.
Okay,
By
perfect.
by that's by 5. By 4 it's that is by 4. So by 3 it's 306 each.
Can anyone have a trouble covering that? Because I have enough gold to cover it. It just
You're just greedy.
no. I'm planning on doing stuff with all this gold.
You have like 20 times Crin's net worth in your inventory right now.
I'll cover it. I'll cover
you
all of it if you'd like. That's fine.
How are you so poor, by the way, Crin?
I don't know. I used to be the rich one, and then I bought that armor.
Yeah, I'll cover the whole 1,700. It's fine.
Whew.
Drained my
I'll put
bank
that
account.
300 back.
I kind of wonder if I had money in the bank and I didn't
It's easier math for me anyway.
get it added
you
to my
did.
inventory. Yeah, I think it got erased somehow, and I don't know how much was there.
Good thing we have the
That's the
footage.
same
Someone will have to go check.
I don't care enough to go look.
If people asked Rogar for money about this, he would have looked confused because he was never told he had to divvy up for part of the amount that
true.
was agreed upon.
That's true. But Crane did us a good service there. We got rid of one of our 7.
It is getting kind of late here. We're at like
Enemies.
4.5 hours of the game.
You don't
Alright,
say.
well,
We do need to finish up here, so we'll kind of briefly go through what everyone else does. We pay out Crane. Crane would immediately leave.
Real quick, I give Crane his cane,
Yep.
a new book to read, and I tell him next time we're on the same side, I'm probably going to have to kill him.
Next time we're on the opposite
sides, I'm probably going to have to kill him.
Well, if we end up on the opposite sides again, I'll be more careful.
I'm just telling you because we're friends now.
We're friends for now.
That's right.
Take care. He just turns and aggressively walks away. And he says, "Oh, and if the girl asks, tell her I went south." And then he
Are you
gets up.
going? Are you
No, I'm
going
going
south? Okay, good to know.
And he leaves.
I want to insight check that.
I was gonna say, I think he's actually going south, and he's just.
I think he's actually going like east or west.
No one knows.
Well, I will insight check.
I don't
12.
care. I don't
Not
care.
sure.
I don't care enough to insight check.
Yeah, I don't care enough either. When Sage asks, I'll say he said to tell you he's going south, but then said he's actually going north, and I don't know which way he actually went.
Nadali would be at the Citadel with Armsbruster when you guys get back. They're hugging and crying, and Armsbruster would run over to you guys and just start hugging all of you and just saying, "Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. It was... Oh, thank you." And she would just hug each of you individually, just very tightly.
Boots is asleep.
Boots immediately goes to sleep.
I'm holding.
She
Boots
was
right now,
already
so I can't
asleep.
get a
She
hug.
never woke
Oh,
up.
Rogar's carrying her.
Yeah, so I'm not able to get a hug.
Well, you're able to
Yeah,
receive a hug,
she can
but
hug
you're
you
not able to
anyways.
give one.
Nah.
Sage and Armsbruster are very exhausted from the emotional day. They will talk to you in the morning about whatever you want to ask them about. So they go off and they go to sleep. Some Alliance guards would come by and just kind of ask for you guys to catch them up, which I'm assuming you would.
Yeah.
Sure.
About what's going on. They said that they're gonna let the others know, and you guys
Well,
go.
I'm gonna go to like Antish's office or whatever, and I'm just gonna open the door and throw her Serena's ear.
Oh God, her frozen ear.
Right now.
Yeah, well, it's probably not as frozen anymore.
It's still like 3:30 in the morning though.
Yeah.
There's magic
No,
eyes.
not like the next day.
Okay.
The-
we'll
the-
do that next week then, because we gotta.
I'll forget. I'm gonna throw her into Serena's ear, and be like, maybe there's more to us than you think, and then just leave.
First of all, she was sleeping for sure. Or it's the next day. Well,
That-
you
yeah.
throw her an ear of who she does not know it belongs to and leave.
Well, I'm gonna say it's Serena's ear.
Okay.
Here's Serena's ear. Here, have Have a
I just
present.
wanted I wanted her to be asleep when that happened, so she wakes up by an ear flying into her face.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what the fuck?
Is this
But yeah.
Helbrams? No, I don't care then.
Maybe.
The items that you got from Sharina.
Sharita.
Dibs.
I don't want it. It's worse than my. It's worse than my focus.
I can cast 2 spells first, so therefore I am a spellcaster. Even though they're class spells.
If you aren't wearing armor, your base armor class is 15 plus dex. Oh, a ring of spell storing. That's really good.
I mean, Boots might actually want that wand of the War Mage.
I don't think I can have any more attunement items.
Oh, the robes of Azure. Those are robes of the Magi that you've reskinned.
Yeah, I would like that, please.
Those robes of Azure are basically robes of the Magi, with another extra thing added on.
Yeah, the reduction for a 4th item is interesting, but
Yeah. You should specify that to say an additional magic item, because if you were to get those on an artificer, that would mean you could attune to 6 magic items.
No, it's to 4. It's not additional.
And
Well,
also, artificers can't have that.
why not?
Requires a
Oh,
tune
you're
by a
right.
sorcerer, warlock, or wizard.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Well, artificers can naturally attune to 5, just for being artificers as they level up.
So because that only goes to 4, it wouldn't help them.
Okay.
you know what's
I think that's
interesting
all.
is the advantage on saving throws and spells. I already have that for the most part. Not all of them, but yeah, that overlaps a little bit with my gnomish racial traits, but
Well, would it be better
pretty
on
good.
Jarsali? Would it be better on Jarsali then?
No,
Doubt it.
because I got my Honorante armor.
still great for me though.
Yep, sure. It's got you all over it.
It does. I'll probably want it. What does it look like?
What does it look like?
The robes of Azure.
They're bright.
They're blue. They're blue.
They're a dark blue that becomes black towards the trim. They resize to fit whoever puts them on, and they are very clearly inscribed with just a not like a very flashy, but there's a couple like dark blue gems in there, and it's very recognizable by anyone who knows what the Order of Azure is as Sharina's robes.
Might have to make some alterations to this robe.
Not yet though. Think of how much of a flex that is to show up.
Absolutely.
Be like, oh yeah, these were hers, huh? Well, we killed her.
Perhaps, as we discussed, the Azure is not a place, but it is a people, and perhaps the Emperor needs to name a new head of the Order of Azure.
Yeah, very close to that, Brian.
Are you going to be the Lord of Coin and the head of the Order of Azure?
That's not a no.
Just start collecting titles.
You're an achievement hunter.
Did we happen to get her spell book?
It's a magic item.
I already sent it to Jay.
Yeah, okay.
You did?
Yeah.
I didn't notice.
I would also recommend that anything we don't want, we probably offer to Nadali.
Oh, baby.
That's a good call. See if she wants any of this shit.
Yeah.
She'll take whatever you guys don't want, and she figures even if you guys don't use it, she will find some wizardy companions in the Alliance and give them to them.
That's true.
I was hoping she'd have another one of those, what was it? The spell shield earring. +5 for ranged spell attacks, +5 for melee spell attacks, -10 to non-spell attacks for your armor class.
God. Just become invincible to magic, essentially.
Yeah. But
Pretty
also
much.
then just anyone can poke you. But then
Yeah,
again, I guess if you have resistance to that already, then it doesn't really matter much to you.
Yeah.
You can just always attack recklessly and just be resistant to pretty much everything at that point.
Man, if Rogar had a +10 to spell resistance, he would eat Abrar alive.
So
Well,
what?
this was a very successful day. Well done,
Who-
everybody.
Who's taking the Ring of Spell Storing?
Are we going to give it to Dolly?
Does no one want that? That's a really good item.
I'm maxed. It is, but I'm maxed on attunement items. I
Yeah,
also
I'd have
very
to
rarely
give up
run out of
Paul.
spells.
Well, we can't-
Paul's pretty good.
You
We
could
can't
not-
give
you
up
could-
Paul.
You could leave Paul somewhere just until the war's over.
Well, you could still
Oh.
have Paul. You just couldn't be attuned to Paul.
But they're
So it's
best friends. They
question-
gotta be attuned.
It's a question of whether or not the effect of Paul is worth more to you than the Ring of Spell Storing. He
but-
could
but if-
still be
Actually-
your best friend.
if
Actually,
you're-
Paul will be very useful. Because he shines when undead is 30 feet or closer.
That's true, actually.
Ooh.
So,
But only when you're attuned to it, eh?
yes.
For the record, everyone's okay with me taking the Robes of Azure, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you
And
and
it
I
deals
want
an
to
extra 1d6 against all undead. I feel like he's a pretty good thing for the people we're gonna fight.
The question is, are we giving the Ring of Spell Storing and the Wand of the War Mage to Nadali, or are we keeping them to sell them?
She has her staff, so she probably doesn't need the wand.
Well, a staff and a wand are kind of you can like hold both.
Well, she said she would find somebody to use them if
I'm guessing that Nadali is full of attunement.
probably.
Well, we can figure this all out later.
Yeah, let's just put it in the inventory for now, and we can figure out if we're gonna find somebody worthy to give it to, or just gonna sell it and use Serena's own stuff to pay the cost of assassinating her.
Well, I'm quite impressed. I was 100% not expecting any of the BBEG squad to die today.
Hmm.
Well, we
Well done. You surprised me, and you surprised her.
There you
we
go.
were like, hey, she's gonna be there, and she's gonna be alone.
And she can't even be surprised.
And yet,
And yet she was.
Yep.
Surprised her to death.
Well, I think those will be the last opportunities we get to surprise them. By the way.
Oh, they are gonna freak the fuck out when they find out she's dead.
Armsbuster's gone. The other Armsbuster is gone, and she's dead.
Yeah, you guys, you were already expecting a retaliatory attack after the Order of Azure thing. If anything, this has just heightened the danger level exponentially for everybody.
Do
Well,
we
it's
have-
good though. They're acting out of fear now
Yeah.
instead of acting out of assurance.
Well, and they're more reactionary and have less time to plan.
I didn't
Uh-huh.
expect to be able to get a second quick strike in, but we did it. This is a hell of a second strike.
We kind of stumbled into it, basically.
We did.
An attack of opportunity, if you will.
Yeah.
Lol.
Crane says, "Oh yeah, Azure teleports here," and we're all,
All
like,
of our ears go up.
"You don't say."
Does she now?
Absolutely not something the DM had even considered a possibility. But wow,
My-
well done, everybody.
My ears went up big time when you said that. I was like, does she now?
All by herself.
Completely unaccompanied, you say.
Well, usually it's a simulacrum, but
Well,
your
Kryn-
simulacrum dies. You'd have time to make a new one yet.
Kryn knows a thing or two about isolated, unprotected mages.
Crit has a lot of experience with isolated, unprotected mages. Also, she I know it took us a few turns, but she teleported in like real game time. It's like 3 seconds. She's in. She's fucking dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had everything ready for her.
I suppose we probably should have retconned it because she can't be surprised. But the trigger for everyone going was me shooting, and I never even got to shoot.
That's pretty funny.
Like, I started to pull my
Okay,
gun
hang on.
up.
I'll restart it. We're gonna pull up the map. We're gonna go back.
I was in line of sight of you, so I would have saw you drawing your weapon. So I still could have.
Yeah, but you're
Gone.
like, if you see me drawing my weapon, you're not going to be at her hitting her in the face with an axe before I've drawn and fired. Like,
I can move pretty
realistically
fast.
speaking. Like, unless you can
Yeah.
teleport.
I mean, but to be fair, I'm not sure how much of a difference it would have made, like damage-wise.
It wouldn't have.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have.
And I
if
don't
she-
think it technically would have been a surprise round because we weren't even in combat yet. It was
there
just
would,
like
there
that would
wouldn't
have been the
a
start of combat.
What it would have been is that the start of combat would have happened later down the turn order. Is that would be the only difference.
Yeah.
And she probably would have tried to teleport out, and she would have gotten counterspelled.
Well, I'm sure it's fine.
So when those logistics planning sessions, Thomas, whenever they say they want me to bring the elven soldiers in, I will. I'm just basically waiting to say when.
All right, well, it's getting super late, so why don't we... I know everyone has stuff they still want to do. Why don't we end the session there, and we'll pick up next week.
Sounds glorious.
We gotta remember,
And we can do some downtime and some side quests for those of us
Wait.
that have stuff to do.
we gotta remember next week to get the reply from Tatiana if we get any kind of reply from her.
Though I can technically play tomorrow night.
I
Because
could
it's
too.
a holiday on Monday.
You can do it.
I can do it.
I
I'm just
could
saying.
probably do it at the same time.
I could do it.
Rogar?
Since I work from home, I can do it.
Yes!
I'm just saying, like, this is a very unusual situation for me only because it's a holiday.
All right. Well, I will. I was gonna say I'll have to get Mrs. Mongoose's okay, but I'll just make it happen because if everyone else can do it, I'm not gonna be the guy that holds it up.
No,
Yeah,
it's fine if
baby.
you can't, because then I get to sleep more, and I don't sleep a lot.
I like how you're the one who brings it up, and then you're immediately backpedaling when everyone can do it.
No, I will definitely do it, but I'm not gonna make like Brian sacrifice stuff because he feels guilty. Like I
you're
win
not gonna-
either way.
You're not gonna
I
twist anyone's arm. I got you.
No, it's
Twisting.
I either get to play, which I will love, or I get to sleep, which I will love. So either way, I win.
So, since I'm prepping a session in the next 24 hours, what are we doing next?
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
No, you're fine. I mean, like I said, I prepped way in advance. I have all of Boots' stuff prepped. I have all of Rogar's stuff prepped. I have to finish up some stuff Jay wants to do. That's not totally ready yet.
I think we pick one of those.
There
two,
will
right?
be more mission opportunities in the near future that I have prepped. So,
So I think we should probably do Rogar's thing sooner rather than later. The only I'm good for whatever.
Yeah.
I don't really have an opinion. Like we can do Boots' thing, we can do Rogar's thing. Both of those things are good. The main things that I want to focus on are improving relations in the Alliance. I want to still try to get Tatiana on board. And beyond that, I don't really have anything specific for myself. So whatever you guys want to do.
Do we level up?
probably next session, depending on what you guys do.
Okay.
All right.
If you guys make any headway into anything next session, you'll level up. I'll put it that way.
Do we want to just roll a d2 to determine Boots or Rhaegar?
Sure.
Well, do either of them have a preference?
Well, that's a great question. Do you guys have a preference?
I mean, I
Not
think
really.
that they're
Well, we
both
could
in the
stagger it,
same.
or we could do Boots, Rogar, and then Boots' other tower.
Yeah, that's a good point. Boots has kind of two things, where Rogar's got one, so maybe we do the Boots thing first.
But the Boots' towers are right next to each other. I figure we just go
Yeah.
from one to the other.
Well,
That's
it-
true.
let's
We
let's
could
let
do both.
they're right next to each other on the map, but let's not forget that the map is 3 weeks of travel.
But Rogar's thing is well out of the way of both of those towers.
But
Like,
let's
it
not
doesn't-
forget,
Yeah.
when our party, everything on the map might as well be like right next to each other, because we can
That's true.
teleport anywhere.
Assuming we have any idea of the place at all.
Also, one thing I want to say thanks to Crin for is thank you for. I was trying to think of a way to describe how Hellbrim fights, And you bringing up Omni-Man just made it very clear to me. Like, I can't believe I didn't come up with that. That's
So
what
I get.
Helbrim Omni-Man flies through stuff.
All right, so I'm just gonna give myself inspiration here.
You can have a D6 inspiration for next session.
Do I get a D6 inspiration for crabs?
No, but it was adorable.
Damn.
All I know is the next time that girl says something, Dressali's my response might be, "Do you want to just step outside? Because you're being really annoying."
Boots?
With
No, what's her
Is he
ish, whatever.
Oh.
Taraj.
Raj is just in
Intish.
tiefling form. Intish, yeah, whatever. Her, she's obnoxious.
Well, I guess I should stop the recording now. Well
Whew.
done, everybody.
Fun session, guys.
Great session.
I think it's kind of interesting. I think